WS Baseball here on 91.3 FM KUWS and on Yellow Jacket TV. This is Matt Johnson coming to you live from the NBC Sports Complex here in Superior, Wisconsin, where it's the pregame show sponsored by National Bank of Commerce as the Yellow Jackets closing out the home portion of the 2026 season with a three-game UMAC set here against Minnesota Morris. A lot on the line for the Yellow Jackets in these three games. We'll get more into that as the broadcast moves along. In the meantime, UWS coming into this first game of this three-game set and the first game of our doubleheader here on 91.3 FM and Yellow Jacket TV, sitting at 23-11 overall, 12-3 in the UMAC. That gives them sole possession, I should say, of second place as this first game of the doubleheader gets underway. TJ Oaks in his fifth season at the helm of the Yellow Jacket program. His record to date, 103-87. UWS is currently on an 8-game winning streak, having defeated Carleton College 98-11 innings in their last contest on Sunday, April 26th. That game was played down at Mel Tauby Field in Northfield, Minnesota. In that contest, the Yellow Jackets rallied back from an 8-4 deficit by scoring 4 times in the top of the 8th to send the game in extra innings, even at 8 apiece. In the 11th inning, the Yellow Jackets scored the eventual winning run when Chase Oxborough's sacrifice fly to center scored Tanner Voigt to give UWS a 9-8 edge heading into the bottom of the 11th. In the bottom of the inning, Kevin Ray retired Carleton, Sam Gossert, and Sam Chutkow with the tying run on second base to get the save. Adam Jensen got the win in relief for the Yellow Jackets, pitching the first 3 innings while allowing just 1 hit and 2 walks with 1 strikeout. Carter Tilkey started on the mound for the Yellow Jackets and pitched the first 2 innings before being relieved by Logan Zinsmaster, Evan Chikanovsky, Niles Monroe, Jensen, and then eventually Ray. Offensively, the Yellow Jackets scored 3 times in the first when Owen Farrington singled, Mason McKellar doubled, and Zach Flater also doubled to give the 3 runs for the Yellow Jackets, a 3-0 lead that lasted until the 3rd inning, that 3-0 lead after 1 inning of play. Adam Johansson, meanwhile, singled home McKellar with the Yellow Jackets' 4th run before the Knights rallied to score 5 times in the 3rd, twice in the 6th, and once in the 7th for an 8-4 advantage. And then in the 8th, Oxborough scored on a wild pitch before Cody Glasheen singled and Owen Farrington doubled, bringing home Wiley Arrow, Will Check, and Glasheen to send the game in the extra innings even at 8 apiece. For the game, the Jackets finishing with 12 hits and were led by Glasheen, Check, and Farrington with 2 hits apiece. Meanwhile, Minnesota Morris comes into this contest at 17-16 overall, 11-4 in the UMAC. That gives them 4th place in the conference standings on this final weekend of the regular season. Matt O'Brien, their head coach, in his 7th season at the helm. They're coming off of a 19-1 loss to NCAA Division I South Dakota State in non-conference action on Wednesday in Brookings, South Dakota. In that contest, the Jackrabbits scored 4 times in the 3rd, 4 times in the 4th, 6 times in the 5th, and 4 times in the 6th. To defeat the Cougars in run rule fashion. Morris's lone run came in the top of the 4th when Ryan McGee doubled home Tyler Moriarty with the first base to bring the Cougars within 5-1 heading in the bottom of the inning. Offensively, Morris finished with just 2 hits, with McGee and Peyton Nadeau accounting for 2 hits for the Cougars. On the mound, Travis Godfrey started and pitched the first 3 innings, allowing 5 earned runs on 6 hits while walking 2 and striking out 5. Giant Lopez, Kellen Oligmuller, Juna Bess, and Tim Buckles also pitched in that contest for the Cougars. So Yellow Jackets on an 8-game winning streak heading into this one. The first of our 2 here on the afternoon. Minnesota Morris, meanwhile, coming in here off of that loss against NCAA Division I South Dakota State. We'll see if the Yellow Jackets can extend their winning streak here today. They've got 2 games up on tap. Again, the second game, by the way, scheduled to start at about 3:30 p.m., so it'll be a nice long afternoon for baseball. So sit back, relax, and get strapped in for this one as the Yellow Jackets and the Cougars meeting up here in the final weekend of the regular season here in the UMAC. So that's the story here from the NBC Sports Complex. We'll take a quick break and then come back with the opening pitch of this contest, sponsored by Barker's Island Inn. Right after this is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Matt Johnson back here at the NBC Sports Complex. Thank you for joining us for Yellow Jacket Baseball alongside my production engineers, respectively, Gus Shupp back at the 91.3 FM and Bailey Nygaard with Yellow Jacket TV. Matt Johnson again here. As Zach Romans getting the start here for the Yellow Jackets in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Romans being one of the best pitching staffs in the country. We'll talk about that as we move on. For Zach Romans here so far in 2026. This is his 11th appearance, 10th start of the season. 53 and 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 54, his 27 runs, 23 of which have been earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 47. Batters are hitting .254 against the Yellow Jacket righty as he continues his warm-up tosses. His record 4-3, his ERA 3.86. And he will face the Cougars here in the top half of inning number 1. Landon Meyerdirk will lead things off here for Minnesota Morris in a moment here. He'll be followed by Tyler Moriarty and Ben Muser here in the top half of inning number 1. We'll set the Yellow Jacket defense here before we get our first pitch of the game, sponsored by Barker's Island Inn. Wiley Lotman doing the catching here for UWS in game number 1, over around the horn on the infield, starting from left to right. Brian O'Dwyer as over at third base, Patty Kelly at shortstop, Noah D'Agostino at second base, and Mason McKellar steps in for Tanner Voigt over at first base. Meanwhile, the outfielders from left to right, Trey Bryant out in left field, out in center field, it's Carter Tilke, and out in right field for the Yellow Jackets, it is Isaac Johnson. As Meyerdirk getting ready to step in here, we're moments away from getting this one underway. Again, thank you for joining us. Very, very nice conditions here in Superior for this final home weekend of 2026. Temperatures expected to get near 60 degrees. Not much breeze on the field at game time either. And here's Landon Meyerdirk to step in here. The Cougars as a team hitting .267 on the season as Romans gets ready to deliver his first pitch here. Opening pitch sponsored by Barker's Island Inn is away, and as a fastball for a strike. Meyerdirk hitting a .315 on the season, 2 home runs, 15 RBIs for the starting center fielder here. And the next pitch is swung on and grounded out toward third. O'Dwyer picks it up, fires across the diamond, and Meyerdirk is retired on a 5-3 scoring play. That is the first out of the ball game. That'll bring up Tyler Moriarty, who's hitting .292 on the season, no home runs, 18 driven in. Moriarty with 1 out, nobody on here, just underway from the NBC Sports Complex as Romans kicks and delivers, and it's a fastball for a strike. Romans, one of the best pitchers in terms of walk ratio in the country. Just 7 walks given up this season through 53 innings for Zach Romans. And here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded foul to the left, and the count quickly 0-2. Romans known for pounding the strike zone as a live arm. His fastball reaches in the mid to upper 80s. Transfer from Minnesota State. Now in his junior season, and here's the pitch. Comes inside, and I think they're going to say it clipped him on the shoulder maybe, or is it going to say off the knob of the bat? It's like the knob of the bat is going to be the call by the home plate umpire. So it continues here at 0-2 to Moriarty. Ben Muser waiting on deck here as Romans kicks and delivers, and this fastball off the outside. Ball 1, strike 2 your count here to Moriarty. Jackets and Morris. Here, the first of 3 as this pitch is swung on and grounded foul outside of third. And we'll do it again here on 1 and 2. First of 2, and like I said, very, very pleasant conditions. Scattered clouds in the sky, plenty of blue sky, however, as this pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. Romans with strikeout number 48 on the season for him. 2 up and 2 down. That'll bring up Ben Muser now. Muser hitting .336 on the season, 4 home runs and 29 driven in. And he bats with 2 out, nobody on, top half of inning number 1. This pitch is swung on and hit the center field. Tilke waiting for it to come down. Romans already on his way into the dugout. And it's a quick and quiet top half of the first for the Cougars as they go no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And the Jackets will be coming up here in a moment. UWS, one of the best pitching staffs in the nation this season. Team ERA for UWS at 3.82. Teams are hitting just .244 against Yellow Jacket pitching this season. So it's not surprising that Romans had a quick top half of the first. For their part, the Jackets hitting .296 as a team. And they will have a top three in the lineup of Noah D'Agostino, Carter Tilke, and Trey Sybrand here against the starter here for Minnesota Morris, who is completing his warm-up tosses. That being Parker Gilchrist. He's making his 10th appearance and 10th start of the campaign. 42 and a third innings pitched. He's given up 49 hits, 30 runs, 22 of which have been earned. He's walked 21 and struck out 26. Teams are batting .290 against him. His record 3-1. His ERA 4.68. Meanwhile, Morris's defense will look like this. Doing the catching here. In game number one, Aiden Moran around the infield from left to right for the Cougars. Over at third base, it is Trevor Haberman. At shortstop, it is Brady Black. At second base for the Cougars here today, Peyton Nadeau. And over at first base, it is Kellen Oligmuller. Meanwhile, the outfielders from left to right, Ben Muser out in left, Landon Meyer-Dirk out in center, and out in right field it is Tyler Moriarty. So that's the defense here in game number one of the doubleheader here for Minnesota Morris as we wait the Jackets' top three in the lineup here. As again, Gilchrist completing his warm-up tosses. Jackets lead the all-time series of Morris 20-9 since their first meeting way back in 1996. Morris has won the last two matchups. That snapped a 6-game winning streak for the Jackets, by the way, those two wins. It was a doubleheader sweep as the Cougars took 2 out of 3 from UWS last year. Those 3 games all played down in Morris, Minnesota. As Gilchrist again getting ready for the Yellow Jackets. In the bottom half of the first, UWS wearing their home golds today. The black trim. Meanwhile, Minnesota Morris in the maroon and gold road jerseys here. As Noah D'Agostino now makes his way to the plate. When the seniors on this team, 12 seniors for head coach TJ Oaks on this final home weekend of their careers. D'Agostino, the leading hitter for the Jackets, hitting a .382 with no home runs and 26 driven in. As he leads off against Gilchrist here in the bottom of the first. And the opening pitch is low and away from Gilchrist. 1 ball, no strikes to D'Agostino to be followed by Tilke and Sybrand here in the bottom half of inning number one. Yellow Jackets with their first at-bat after retiring the Cougars in order in the top half of the first inning here in Superior. Gilchrist kicks and delivers. This fastball off the plate. Now 2-0 your count to D'Agostino. Being base stealer for the Yellow Jackets as well. 9 out of 12 in stolen base attempts this season for Noah D'Agostino. As on 2-0. Gilchrist kicks and delivers. This one's inside for 3-0 with Tilke waiting on deck. And the 3-0 pitch is on the way, and this one's low for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to D'Agostino to lead things off. He heads down the first base, and that'll bring up Carter Tilke now for the Yellow Jackets. Tilke for UWS. Transfer from Concordia Moorhead. Hitting .314 on the campaign, no home runs, 11 driven in. Also in the pitching rotation for UWS this season. Got the start against Carleton in that non-conference win for the Jackets earlier on in the week. And he bats with 1 on, nobody out, bottom half of the first. And here's the pitch. Tilke binding it up the third baseline. Here's the throw to first. In time, that retires Tilke. Sacrifice completed on a 5-3 scoring play. And here's Trey Sybrand now to bat for the Yellow Jackets, the left fielder. In the senior season now from St. Michael, Minnesota, hitting .287. No home runs, 20 driven in for Sybrand. Runner in scoring position with 1 down here in the bottom of the first. As Gilchrist looks back, and here's the first pitch to Sybrand, catches the inside corner, and it's 0-1 now to the Yellow Jacket left fielder. Sybrand to be followed by Tanner Voigt here in the bottom of the first. As Gilchrist checks with D'Agostino at second. Now kicks and delivers, and this pitch just missed. Could have been by more than an inch. Pretty good pitch that time from Gilchrist, but it's called a ball. 1-1 your count now to Sybrand. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Good-looking fastball there over the outside corner. Sybrand went for it, came up empty. 1-2 now your count to the Yellow Jackets' Trey Sybrand. with Tanner Voigt, one of the leading candidates for UMAC Player of the Year, waiting on deck. 1-2 offering on the way here from Gilchrist. Kicks and delivers. Swung on and grounded sharply to short. The throw on to first. That'll retire Sybrandt. Up to third base goes D'Agostino. 6-3 on the scoring play. And that'll bring up Tanner Voigt, the aforementioned Tanner Voigt. Hitting .378 on the season with 11 home runs and 42 driven in. The senior from Stillwater, Minnesota, who has not been getting fooled very often at the plate this season with those 11 home runs. I expect that Gilchrist will pitch very carefully to Tanner Voigt, leading the conference in home runs and RBIs, as well as a couple of other batting statistics as well his senior season here, Tanner Voigt. As Gilchrist kicks and delivers. Tried to come inside corner, missed with the pitch. 2-0 now to Voigt. Yeah, you don't want to miss over the middle of the plate with Tanner Voigt because he can really hurt you. And we'll see what Gilchrist decides to do here. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit the center field in deep, way back there. That one is gone. 2-run shot, Tanner Voigt. Talked about how you don't want to find the middle of the plate with Tanner Voigt or he'll make you pay. And that one, a home run to center field. He got all of it. 2-run shot for Tanner Voigt. His 12th of the season. RBIs number 43 and 44. And the Yellow Jackets out to a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. And that'll bring up the catcher, Wiley Lottman now. Lottman hitting .295 on the season, 1 home run, 19 driven in. And Gilchrist kicks and delivers, and that pitch is swung on. That's hit well to left. Way back there, and that'll get over the head of the left fielder. Lottman will round first. He'll dig for second. And he will hold up there. So Wiley Lottman follows the 2-run shot by Tanner Voigt with a double to left. And the Jackets now have 2 hits in the inning, and that'll bring up Isaac Johnson now for UWS. Isaac Johnson for the Yellow Jackets, hitting at .381 on the season. No home runs, 9 driven in for the freshman. He has Lottman out at second, and the first pitch from Gilchrist is a called strike. And it's 0-1 now to the UWS right fielder, Isaac Johnson, who's had his playing time increase as the season has gone along. And here's the delivery. That pitch finds the outside corner. Now is 0-2 here to Isaac Johnson. So a good inning here for UWS to lead things off. Two-run shot from Voigt. A double from Lottman. Gilchrist pitch. That one is swung on, and that's grounded into center field for a base hit. Rounding third base. Digging for home is going to be Lottman. He will score, and the Yellow Jackets put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the first. RBI single to left center for Isaac Johnson.
Now batting the first baseman.
3 runs on 3 hits in the frame. Here's Mason McKellar now to bat for the Jackets. Hitting .323 on the season with 1 home run and 8 driven in. Johnson over at first. And McKellar awaiting the delivery here. Here it is. Check swing, called strike. Teams up the count now at 1-1. 1-1 delivery, and this one is swung on and grounded towards short. The underhand flipped to second. That will retire Johnson on the fielder's choice. 6-4 on the scoring play, but the Yellow Jackets in the bottom of the first scored 3 runs on 3 hits. There were no Morris errors and 1 left aboard. We played 1 inning here from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Your score after one, Yellow Jackets 3, Cougars nothing. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Okay. Three, two, one. Back here for the top half of inning number 2. Ryan McGee will lead things off. Hitting .339 the season, 3 home runs, 17 driven in. He'll be followed by Brady Black and Kellen Oligmuller here. First pitch from Romans is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Romans kicks and delivers. Swung on and missed. And now is 1-1 here to the Minnesota Morris designated hitter McGee. For Tanner Voigt, as I mentioned, that's his 12th home run of the season to lead the conference. This pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. McGee goes on and strikes, second strikeout already here for Zach Romans. 4 straight set down by the Yellow Jacket starter Romans here to start the ball game, and here's Brady Black to bat. Black hitting .292 with 5 home runs and 24 driven in. As Romans kicks and delivers. Check swing, fastball just misses the outside corner. 1 ball, no strikes. To Black, the starting shortstop here in game number 1 for Minnesota Morris. Next offering. Swung on and lifted high in the air, deep to right. Johnson coming over toward the line. He'll make the catch. 2 up and 2 down now, and that'll bring up Kellen Oligmuller.
The first baseman, number 8, Kellen Oligmuller.
Oligmuller hitting .347 to lead the Cougars in hitting the season with 1 home run, 14 driven in. Roman's a very quick and efficient worker. Doesn't throw a lot of pitches generally. And here's his first pitch. Swung on, lifted, foul to the left. In fact, so far, just 15 pitches through an inning and 2/3 here for Yellow Jacket starter Zach Romans. 0-1 your count to Oligmuller. Next offering. Finds the backside and the Black outside corner. 0-2 your count now to Oligmuller. As Romans kicks and delivers. Swung on and fouled off to the left. Count remains 0-2. Be interesting to see actually what his ball to strike ratio is per start. Romans, like I said, one of the most efficient pitchers in the nation when it comes to allowing walks. Just 7 through nearly 55 innings of pitching now. As Romans checks with Lotman behind the plate. Kicks and delivers. Pitch is swung on and popped foul off to the left. And Romans doesn't throw a lot of balls. It's a very live fastball, and he locates it extremely well. And he can be absolutely dominant when he gets into a groove. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 strikeouts in inning 3 overall now. First 6 have been retired by Zach Romans. And the Cougars go down in order for the second time here in game number 1. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We'll keep it here. Yellow Jackets in the Cougars. UWS leading it 3-0 here so far through an inning and a half. Brian O'Dwyer, Patty Kelly, and the top of the lineup now with Noah DeGastillo will be up here for UWS in the bottom half of the second inning. As Parker Gilchrist continuing to toss here, his warm-up tosses. Jackets after today will be off to after this weekend, I should say, will be off to the UMAC Conference Tournament next weekend down in Mankato, Minnesota. As will the Cougars, by the way. The other key series of the weekend. Northwestern and Bethany Lutheran. Bethany Lutheran winning game 1 of that set yesterday. So that puts the Vikings in first place at 13-3. The Jackets came in at 12-3. And Northwestern came in at 12-4. And Morris came in at 11-4. Those are the top 4. They'll all be at the conference tournament next week down in Mankato, regardless of how this series ends up. And also regardless of how that series between the Eagles and the Vikings ends up. Those top 4 spots have been clinched now, so those are the 4 teams that will be in the UMAC Conference Tournament next week. In the meantime, standing in now for UWS, it is Brian O'Dwyer, who is hitting .284 in the season with 4 home runs and 24 driven in. And Gilchrist's first pitch to him skips all the way to the backstop. It's 1 ball, no strikes to the Yale Jackets senior third baseman. Stands in leading off the bottom half of inning number 2 now for UWS. As on 1-0. Pitch is swung on and hit a mile high to center field. Ranging over is the center fielder. Being Meyer Dirk, he'll make the catch. 1 up and 1 down here for the Jackets in the bottom of the second. That'll bring up Patty Kelly. Kelly for the Yale Jackets hitting .245 on the season. No home runs and 11 driven in. And here's the first pitch. Off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Gilchrist with 1 out, nobody on. To the left-hand swing, Kelly. D'Agostino would be next. Here's the pitch. Now want a check swing strike over the outside corner. Evens up the count now 1-1. Kelly just in his sophomore year from Andover, Minnesota. In fact, the Yellow Jackets shortstop and second baseman D'Agostino both from Andover. So a little bit of a pipeline being developed there at that high school by head coach T.J. Oaks. As this pitch comes inside. 2-1 now to Patty Kelly. As Gilchrist on the 2-1 pitch delivers. That one off the plate outside. 2-1 now your count. Two one offering. Comes inside. Apparently it was ball 3. So Kelly works out the 1-out walk. Second walk issued by Gilchrist. And we flip to the top of the batting order for Noah D'Agostino, who walked and came around the score on the 2-run home run by Tanner Voigt. Part of that 3-run first inning that UWS had. Went out, 1 on, and the first pitch of D'Agostino is swung on and fouled off to the right. Thing about D'Agostino, he's been the everyday shortstop for the Yellow Jackets, or shortstop, regular everyday second baseman for UWS for his entire 4-year career. This pitch is swung on. That's grounded inside the third base line, down the corner, extra bases. Rounding second, digging for third is going to be Kelly. He'll hold up there. D'Agostino pulls up at second. And the Jackets have 2 in scoring position here. With 1 out here in the bottom of the second, already leading 3-0. That's the 4th hit against Parker Gilchrist for UWS. And they'll bring up Carter Tilkey, who doesn't have an official at bat as of yet. Sacrificed D'Agostino to second yesterday, or last inning. Pitch to Tilkey, swung on and ground to fall out to the left. Might feel like yesterday for Parker Gilchrist. In the meantime, Kelly at third, D'Agostino at second. And here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded out to short. Long throw across the diamond. Will be just in time. But it'll be an RBI ground out on a nice 6-3 scoring play. Good throw by the shortstop to retire Carter Tilke. Kelly comes in to score. Jackets lead it now 4-0. And that'll bring up now Trey Sybrandt with D'Agostino still out at second. Sybrandt 0 for 1, grounded out to short. And the first pitch to him and swung on and popped up on the infield. First baseman for the Cougars coming over to make the catch, Oleg Mueller. And that retires UWS in the bottom of the second. But not for the Jackets. Add another run on a hit. There were no Morris errors. And one left aboard. We played 2 full innings here of game 1 of our doubleheader. Your score, UWS 4, Minnesota Morris nothing. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the third, Trevor Haberman will lead things off. Peyton Nadeau and also Aiden Moran to bat against Zach Romans, who's looked very good here so far for the Jackets through 2 innings. 3 strikeouts for Romans. He retired the first 6 that he's faced. And here's Haberman now to bat. Trevor Haberman hitting .204 on the season, although he does have 6 home runs in 19 driven in. That's a team lead number, by the way, for Haberman. As Romans kicks and delivers, and the first pitch is a fastball in their first strike. That's one thing Zach Romans does. He pounds the strike zone, so he's often ahead of the hitters. And he gets ahead here of Haberman 0-1. Next pitch by Romans. Swung on and line to center field. That'll get through for a base hit. And that is the first base runner of the ball game here for the Cougars. A leadoff single to center for Haberman, and that'll bring up Peyton Nadeau now. Nadeau hitting .233 on the season with no home runs and 15 driven in. He bats with 1 on. Nobody out here in the top of the third. Yellow Jackets with 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors. The Cougars, no runs, 1 hit, no errors Sawyer so far through the first 2 innings. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded out to short. Backhanded stab by Kelly on to D'Agostino for 1. The relay to first in time. So it's a 6-4-3 twin killing for the Yellow Jackets. 2 down now in the inning. And that'll now bring up Aiden Moran to bat. Moran, the starting catcher here in the 9-hole, hitting .129 the season with 1 home run and 8 driven in. And he bats with 2 out, nobody on. And the first pitch from Romans is a fastball in their first strike. .01 delivery, here it is. Swung on and missed in 0-2. The count now as Romans trying to face the minimum here in the third. And here's his delivery. Breaking ball, call strike 3. He catches Moran looking, and the Cougars go down in order, or not in order, but with the minimum here in the third. For the Cougars in the third, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Nobody left on base. We played 2.5, and we'll keep it here. UWS leads at 4-0. As they come up in the bottom of the third inning. A lot going on campus right now. Of course, the UMAC Track and Field Championships for the first time ever, being hosted by UWS at Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium. The Yellow Jacket men's and women's teams came in respectively in second place. Action underway up there Starting at 11 a.m. this morning. Women's softball also in action. They lost the opener of their series with Morris last night, but they evened up the series in game one of their doubleheader today against the Cougars down in Morris, defeating Morris by a score of 6-2. They're playing game number 2 as we speak. Men's and women's tennis also going for conference championships and auto bids to the NCAA tournament today. Women got things underway at about 10:30 this morning. The men scheduled to get underway at 1:30, and of course men's golf headed off to the NCAA tournament on May 12th. So they've got another bit of time here before they go off. So a lot going on right now. It's hard to believe, but we're coming down to the very end now of the spring season, the very end of the athletic calendar actually for 25-26, which every year it goes by, it feels like it's goes faster and faster. I don't know. I should ask Bailey Nygaard if she feels the same way. How do you feel, Bailey, as a student athlete? Does it go fast? That's kind of the paradox of things, Bailey. EWS women's soccer goalkeeper Bailey Nygaard, kind of illustrating the kind of the way time works. It seems like the year went fast, but her season was a long time ago. That's basically what she said. So, if you didn't hear her in the background. In the meantime, Tanner Voigt stops in for an at-bat here. Steps in, I should say. 2-run home run, his 12th of the season in the first, 1-for-1. Couple of RBIs as well. Number 44 and 45 for the team from Stillwater, Minnesota. And Gilchrist, first pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. He just looks very comfortable at the plate this year, does Tanner Voigt. 1-0 pitch, and that pitch to the backstop, and now 2-0 to Voigt. Like I said, he's very, very dangerous when the ball comes middle in anywhere in there, and he can turn on it in a hurry. That's what he did in that first at-bat for that 2-run home run in the first. Part of a 3-run frame for the Jackets. As Gilchrist on 2-0, and this pitch is swung on and hit the center field and deep. Deeper than I thought. In fact, going back there, liking up and not able to make the catch. It's a home run. Kind of hung up there for a while. Coming over to give a look at it was the center fielder, Landon Meyerdirk, and he just ran out of real estate. I wasn't sure if he had gotten enough of it. It was high and deep, very high and very deep. And Voigt now with his second home run, his 13th of the season, a solo shot. Now 3 RBIs in the ball game, and it's 5-0 Yellow Jackets in lead as Wiley Lottman comes to the plate. He's 1-for-1, doubled to left, came around to score on the RBI single by Isaac Johnson. The Jackets have scored in each of the first 3 innings, and this pitch comes in, and they catch Lottman on the hand. Looks like maybe the knob of the bat. But holy smokes, 2 home runs away from Tanner Voigt. Zach Romans has 4 Ks through 3 innings, and now TJ Oaks is going to come in and ask the home plate umpire if it caught him on the hand. They're going to ask Wiley Lottman to take one of his batting gloves off so they can look at his hand and see if it hit him. And TJ Oaks pleading his case to the home plate umpire here. So Tanner Voigt, 2 home runs in the ballgame already. 13 and counting now for the senior. 46 RBIs. And TJ Oaks still having a rather animated conversation with their home plate umpire here. And now they're going to ask for assistance here from the base umpire. TJ Oaks in his 5th season at the helm of the Yellow Jacket program. Son of renowned pitching coach Todd Oaks. And they are going to say it is a foul ball. So 0-1 the count here to Lottman. Nobody out. Bottom half of the third. Jackets with a run in. 3 in the first, 1 the second, 1 so far here in the third. 0-1 the count now to Lottman. Followed by Johnson and McKellar here for the Jackets in the bottom of the third. And this pitch is low and away. 1-1 the count now to Wiley Lottman. Been the number 1 catcher this season for the Jackets. As Lottman. 1-1 pitch, and that one is swung on and hit very high and medium depth to left. Coming over to make the catch as the left fielder, Muser. That's the first out of the inning here for the Jackets, and that now will bring up Isaac Johnson.
The right fielder, number 5, Isaac Johnson.
Single to left. Got an RBI as he drove in Wiley Lotman with the Jackets' third run on the first and is 1-for-1. One out, nobody on here. Bottom half of the third. UWS with a 5-0 lead here if you're just joining us. That's Parker Gilchrist, first pitch. There's a breaking ball over the outside corner. 0-1, you're counting out to Johnson. Oh, 1 delivery. Swung on and missed by Johnson, and it's now 0-2. Johnson just in his rookie year here for the Yellow Jackets. Getting the start in right field here in game number 1. This pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. First strikeout of the game for Gilchrist. 2 down now here in the third, and that'll bring up Mason McKellar.
Now batting your first baseman, number 21, Mason McKellar.
He's 0-for-1. Grounded out on a fielder's choice to end the bottom of the first. He bats with 2 out, nobody on here in the bottom half of the third. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded toward third. Long throw, and it'll take the first baseman, Oleg Mueller, off the bag. That will be an E5 on the throw. First error of the ball game. McKellar on at first. 2 out now in the inning still. And here's Brian O'Dwyer to bat.
Number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer 0-for-1, flew up to center field, leading off the second. McKellar over at first with 2 out, and here's the pitch to O'Dwyer, and it's out to play for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to O'Dwyer. Long-time third baseman. And here's the delivery. That one swung on, hit very high as well to left. And now he lost the ball in the sun. Rounding third. Coming in to score. It's going to be McKellar. And technically that's going to go down as a double as to left field. It was very, very high. The left fielder, Muser, came over, had a look at it, and then just lost it. So it'll go down as an RBI double.
Here's shortstop, number 11, Patty Kelly.
Scoring all the way from first is McKellar. That's an unearned run, second run of the inning, and the Jackets now lead at 6-0, and here's Patty Kelly to bat. And Gilchrist's first pitch is out to play for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, couldn't ask for a much better start for your Yellow Jackets here. Next pitch swung on and missed. Two hits in the inning now. 6 runs on 6 hits with an error in there as well. As Kelly, who walked and scored in the second at bats, and this one was swung on and popped up, might be playable. Coming over to give a look was the third baseman, that being Trevor Haberman, but drifts out of play. The count now 1-2 here to the left-handed swinging Yellow Jacket shortstop Patty Kelly. 3 in the first, 1 the second, 2 so far here in the third. O'Dwyer out at second. And Gilchrist kicks and delivers. And this pitch is swung on and fouled off to the left. That might be car bait. Not too bad. Bouncing in between a couple of them, I guess. Always worry about that when you see those foul balls to the left. One and 2 remains the count here to Kelly. O'Dwyer out at second. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit again high. On the infield. Coming over is Black. He'll make the catch. And that'll bring an end to the Yellow Jackets half of the third. But not before UWS adds 2 runs on 2 hits. There was an error, and 1 left aboard. We've played 3 complete innings here of game 1 of our doubleheader, and your score, Yellow Jackets 6. Minnesota Morris nothing. We'll come back with the top of the third right after this on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Top of the fourth, and it'll be Landon Meyer-Dirk, Tyler Moriarty, and Ben Muser to bat here against Zach Romans, who has a 6-run lead to work with now. Get him just 1 hit through 3 innings. Also has 4 strikeouts so far. And the next pitch, after a swung on and foul, is a called strike, and it's 0-2 now to Meyer-Dirk, who's 0 for 1, grounded out the third, leading off the game back in the first. And check swing here. This one bounces up there. Stopped by Lotman, ball 1, strike 2, the count now to Meyer-Dirk, to be followed again by Moriarty and Muser here. This pitch skipping up there as well. Teams up the count now 2-2. In game 2, tentative start time there about 3:30 or so. It'll be about 20-25 minutes in between games. As Romans on 2-2, swing and a miss. Meyer-Dirk, big cut, came up empty. Strikeout number 5 for Yellow Jacket starter Zach Romans. 1 up and 1 down here in the fourth, and here's Moriarty to bat.
Now batting the right fielder, number 12, Tyler Moriarty.
He so far is 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the first. As Romans kicks and delivers. Fastball off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Oh, 1-0 count. Swung on and grounded out to third. O'Dwyer up with it. Throws over to first. 5-3 put out of Moriarty, who now is 0 for 2. 2 up and 2 down here in the fourth, and I'll bring up Muser.
The left fielder, number 26, Ben Muser.
He's 0 for 1. Flew out to center field, ending the first. As Romans kicks and delivers. Swung on and grounded sharply outside of third. Foul ball, and it's 0-1. You're counting out to Muser. 2 teams will play at Wade Stadium tomorrow across the bridge in Duluth. That's a 12 noon opening pitch, by the way. John Garver will be on with the pregame on Yellow Jacket TV only. That'll be 11:45, the pregame, I believe, there with Mr. Garver. Next pitch, fastball, catches the outside corner, and it's 0-2. Muser with a look back at the home plate umpire on that call. And Romans ahead in the count now, 0-2. Here's delivery from Zach Romans. Swung on and fouled off to the right. Talking about Jackets pitching this season. One of the best pitching staffs in the country. Top 20 in several different categories of the Yellow Jackets on the mound this year. This pitch skips away from Lotman to the backstop to make it ball 1, strike 2. In fact, UWS came into today's game having struck out more batters than they've given up hits. 265 strikeouts as a staff for the Jackets this season. They came in only having given up 263 hits on the season. Rather remarkable stat. I can't remember the last time a Yellow Jacket pitching staff managed that, as the next pitch is low for a ball. Even with the count now 2-2. Romans on the 2-2 delivery. And that one just missed. And he has his first 3-ball count of the ball game. Now 3-2 your count to Muser with McGee waiting on deck. As on 3-2, here's the delivery. Swung on and grounded to third. Backhand stop by O'Dwyer, firing across the diamond, and a nice 5-3 scoring play there. Showing that arm strength, Brian O'Dwyer. As Romans sets down the Cougars in order again in the top of the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left aboard. Head to the bottom half of the inning, and we'll keep it here. Jackets leading at 6-0. I'm not sure how many people coming into the ball game today thought that UWS would get out to this kind of start, but recapping what's gone on so far, 3 runs in the first, 2 in the third, and 1 in the third so far for the Jackets in their first 3 innings of batting against Parker Gilchrist. 6 runs on 6 hits for the Yellow Jackets in the ball game. But the real blow here, 2 home runs already from Tanner Voigt. A 2-run shot in the first and then a solo home run in the third. He's now up to 13 home runs on the season and 45 driven in. Both of those leading the conference coming into the weekend. And he is, if not the favorite, certainly one of the favorites for UMAC Player of the Year. And he's been showing why here so far here in 2 at-bats so far today. In the meantime, we'll flip to the top of the Yellow Jacket batting order here against Parker Gilchrist. It'll be Noah D'Agostino, Carter Tilke, and Trey Sybrandt for UWS in the bottom half of the fourth against Gilchrist. Cougars with just the 1 hit. They've committed an error as well. And certainly the Yellow Jackets taking full advantage of what is a very, very nice day here in the Twin Ports. Temperatures, again, expected to reach the upper 50s, if not the low 60s before the day is out. Slight breeze, not much of one, though. Playing from left to right. As Noah D'Agostino steps in to lead things off here in the fourth. 1 for 1 with a run scored and a double for Noah D'Agostino so far as we enter the 4th inning. Walked in the first, came around to score on the 2-run shot by Voigt. And then doubled in the second. And the first pitch from Gilchrist to D'Agostino is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 to the Yellow Jackets second baseman. Tilke and Sybrandt again to follow here in the fourth. As here's the delivery. That one catches the inside corner, and Gilchrist gets ahead in the count now 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch, here it is. Swung on and bounced outside a third foul. Count remains 0-2 now to Noah D'Agostino, playing his final home series as a Yellow Jacket. Noah D'Agostino over the next 2 days. One of 12 seniors on this Yellow Jacket team, again, for Coach TJ Oakes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right. Gilchrist on 0-2. Kicks and delivers. That one low and away. One and 2 your count now to D'Agostino. One-two pitch on the way. Here it is. That one swung on and driven out in the gap on right center field. That's trouble. It's going to go all the way to the fence. Rounding first, digging for second is D'Agostino. He has his second double of the ball game. And UWS with the leadoff man aboard. 7 hits now for UWS.
Your center fielder, number 15, Carter Tilke.
And here's Carter Tilke to bat. By the way, fans, if you can't get enough, the Yellow Jackets, tune in to Eye of the Swarm, the official podcast of Yellow Jacket Athletics. Join John Garver and myself throughout the years. We sit down with Yellow Jacket student athletes, coaches, and other guests. Eye of the Swarm is available on uwsyellowjackets.com/podcast, Spotify, iTunes, or wherever you get your podcast. As Tilke stands in, 0 for 1 with an RBI and a sacrifice so far. And the first pitch to Tilke is over the outside corner for a strike. Our latest episode of Eye of the Swarm actually dropped yesterday. We had a roundtable conversation, me and Mr. Garver, with TJ Oaks, the head coach of the baseball team, of course, as this pitch is swung on and roped foul to the left. And Gilchrist is ahead in the count now, 0-2. Also had softball coach Melissa Fracker on, and it was a very, very enlightening conversation. TJ Oaks mentioning those 12 seniors, by the way, talking about how it's special always when your first recruiting class comes and then graduates. As the next offering from Gilchrist is low and away. Ball 1, strike 2, your count to Tilke. So you should check out that latest episode of Eye of the Swarm. In the meantime, Gilchrist on 1 and 2. D'Agostino out at second. Jackets looking to build on a 6-run cushion, and Tilke will take a called third strike. Second strikeout for Gilchrist. 1 out here in the fourth, and that'll bring up Trey Sybrandt. And so far is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a pop out in his 2 previous plate appearances against Parker Gilchrist. Gilchrist checking with his catcher, Aiden Moran, and delivers the next pitch low and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Sybrandt with D'Agostino out at second. Here's the pitch. That one low and away as well. 2-0 your count now to Sybrandt. 1 out, 1 on. Bottom half, inning number 4 here, game number 1 of our doubleheader. And Gilchrist checking at second. Kicks and delivers. That one low. Ball 3. With Tanner Voigt, who has 2 home runs already in the ball game, waiting on deck. 3-0 to count to Sybrandt. And this pitch is off the plate for ball 4. So Sybrandt with a 1-out walk heads down to first, and now here's Voigt to bat again. Very interesting to see what Gilchrist decides to do with Tanner Voigt here. You would think that you want to pitch around him at every opportunity at this point. And yeah, that's pitching coach coming out here for Minnesota Morris. I can't see the bullpen. I don't know if anybody's down there warming up or not. But this is one of those situations where if you're Coach O'Brien, you're going to tell your pitcher to be very careful with Tanner Voigt here. Second home run was a towering fly ball to center. I wasn't sure if he had gotten enough of it. But it hung up there and wind blowing slightly out to right field here. And just kept carrying and just drifted over. The first one was a no-doubter. So we'll see. Now Gilchrist wants to approach Tanner Voigt here with 2 aboard and 1 out here in the fourth. Gilchrist looking towards second. First pitch, low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Trying to keep the ball low against Tanner Voigt. Don't want him to elevate anything. 1-0 the count. And the next pitch. Swung on and missed. Took a little bit off that one, and Voigt swung through it. Evens up the count now, 1-1. One pitch, swung on and missed by Voigt here. Again, went off speed outside, kept it low, and Voigt swung through it. 1-2 now to Voigt. One-two pitch. Low and away. Evens up the count now to Voigt at 2-2. Two pitch. Here it is. Swung on and bounced foul to the left. Count remains 2-2 here to Tanner Voigt. Noah D'Agostino out at second. Trey Cyberbrand on at first. One down, bottom half of the fourth. Jackets with a 6-run lead at 6-0. Looking to build on it here with Tanner Voigt at the plate. Already 3 RBIs for the UWS DH here in game number 1. And here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded sharply outside of third again. Count holding at 2-2 now to Tanner Voigt. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and driven out in the right field. That's a base hit. Rounding third base is D'Agostino. Digging for home. The throw comes in. It's cut off. That's an RBI single to right. Voigt now 3 for 3. And has 4 driven in the ball game. The Jackets lead it now 7-0.
Now batting your catcher, number 4, Wiley.
Cyberbrand stops at second. Jackets have now scored at least once in every inning here so far. And here's Wiley Lotman to bat. Lotman so far 1 for 2. UWS up to 8 hits now. This pitch is swung on and grounded. That's going to get out in the left field for a base hit. Rounding third is Cyberbrand. He's going to dig for a home. That throw will be cut off. And now the throw skips by the third baseman. Advancing the third will be Voigt. Going up the second now will be Lotman. And UWS right now rolling right along here. And goes an RBI single to left, and then both runners moving up on the error. Second error for the Cougars. Third hit of the inning. Still just 1 out. Runners on second and third now. And now we're going to have a pitching change. This pitching change brought to you by Hovland Incorporated. That's Yellow Jackets Chase Parker Gilchrist. He only lasts 3 1/3 innings. Giving up 8 runs. He's also responsible for the 2 guys on base. And the new pitcher here for the Cougars. What number do you guys have? It's in the 30s somewhere. .37. Sebastian Bark is the new pitcher. Making his 7th appearance of the season. 8 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 11 hits, 8 runs, 4 of which have been earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 3. Doesn't have a record as of yet on the season. And an ERA of 4.15. Well, to say the Yellow Jackets are rolling along, like I said, would be an understatement so far. 8 runs so far, the Yellow Jackets. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 so far here in the fourth. Still just 1 out in this frame. 9 hits for the Jackets, 2 errors on the Cougars. They've only gotten 1 hit against Zach Romans. And so it's been about as good a start in performance here so far for the Jackets through 4 innings as you could possibly hope for. Looking to win their 9th in a row. I don't know what the school record is for consecutive wins. I'd have to go back and look. Jackets came in on an 8-game winning streak. And looking for their 9th in a row here. In the meantime, the Jackets will send Isaac Johnson to the plate here.
Now pitching for the Cougars, number 37, Sebastian Bark.
So Bark faces Johnson.
For your Yellow Jackets, the right fielder, number 5, Isaac Johnson.
With Voigt on at third, Wiley Lotman at second. And Johnson, who so far is 1 for 2, bats as they're going to bring the infield in. The first pitch is swung on and missed by Johnson. I've gotten a piece of it. Either way, it's a strike against the Yellow Jacket right fielder. 0-1 your count. So the infield was in here in an 8-0 ball game. As Bark's second pitch swung on, and that's roped to third, and that'll be a double play. Not much could be done on that. That's a line in double play. That'll be a line into double play, 5 unassisted as Voigt was off the bag. Third baseman made the grab, just touched the bag, and that retires the Yellow Jackets in the fourth. But not before UWS has 2 more runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. There was an error and 1 left aboard. We've now played 4 complete innings here of game 1 of our doubleheader. Your score, Yellow Jackets 8, Minnesota Morris, nothing. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Top half of the fifth. That closes the book, by the way, on Parker Gilchrist. He's on the hook for the loss as it stands right now. He lasts a 3 in the third innings, and gives up 8 runs, 7 of which have been earned on 9 hits. He had 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. Meanwhile, Zach Romans now with an 8-run cushion to work with. As the Cougars bat here in the top half of the fifth, it'll be Ryan McGee, Brady Black, and Kellen Oligmuller. And here's McGee to bat now against Romans, and the first pitch is a swing and a miss. 0-1 your count. McGee 0 for 1. He struck out swinging leading off the second. And Romans has been very efficient so far as this pitch is swung on. That's hit to center field. Tilke coming over. He'll make the catch. 1 up and 1 down. And that now will bring up Brady Black, who is also 0 for 1.
Number 1, Brady Black.
He flew out to right. Romans, by the way, just 42 pitches so far through 4 1/3. Give me an idea of how efficient he's been. And his first pitch here is a fastball over the outside corner, 0-1. The scouting report on Romans is probably that he pounds the strike zone. And he certainly has done that here so far today. Next pitch, swung on, that's hit to center field. Tilke will come in and he'll make that catch as well. So 2 up and 2 down here in the fifth, and that'll bring up Kellen Oligmuller. Who is so far 0 for 1, and he struck out swinging.
Number 8, Kellen Oligmuller.
Romans also so far 5 strikeouts thus far as this pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Just the 1 hit here so far for Minnesota Morris. That the single leading off the third by Trevor Haberman. This pitch is swung on, and that's driven out in the left field and right on cue. Announcer's drinks leads to a 2-out double here. And as Oligmuller laces it in the gap with 2 out. And now here's Haberman to bat. So Oligmuller on at second base, and here's Haberman.
Trevor Haberman.
Romans checking at second. Kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and tapped right back to Romans. He'll throw over to first to McKellar. That retires Haberman on a 1-3 scoring play. And the Cougars are down quickly in the top half of inning number 5. For the Cougars in the top half of the fifth, no runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 left aboard. We head to the bottom half of the fifth. And your score, Yellow Jackets 8. Minnesota Morris nothing. We'll keep it here. Very impressive here by the Yellow Jackets. Grabbed a chokehold of the game really in the first inning off that 2-run shot from Tanner Voigt. They've scored in every inning, have the Yellow Jackets here. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. All that scoring done against Parker Gilchrist, the reliever now. Sebastian Bark going to begin his first full inning of work here. 2/3 of an inning for him. And he will face the Yellow Jackets' Mason McKellar, Brian O'Dwyer, and Patty Kelly, the bottom third of the Yellow Jacket batting order here in the bottom of the fifth. UWS looking for win number 24 on the season here in game number 1 of our doubleheader. And barring a big comeback here over these last 4 innings here for the Cougars, the Jackets in good shape for it. Mason McKellar getting ready to step in here. McKellar, by the way, so far 0 for 2 with a run scored, reached on an error in the third, scored unearned on the RBI double by O'Dwyer.
Number 21, Mason McKellar.
And McKellar here for UWS leads off. The bottom half of inning number 5. Bark's first pitch. Breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket first baseman, McKellar. This fastball bounces up there to even up the count now 1-1. One delivery. McKellar swings and taps it up the third baseline, and it'll roll foul. Smart play there by the Cougars. They weren't going to catch McKellar, who was about 2/3 of the way down the line as they were letting that one roll. And that's 1-2 now to the Yellow Jacket first baseman, O'Dwyer and Kelly to follow up here for the Jackets in the bottom of the 5th. It's been an impressive display offensively so far here for the Jackets. 9 hits through the first 4 innings of batting. All those hits coming against starter Parker Gilchrist. As on 1-2, here's the pitch now. On the way to McKellar. Swung on and tapped foul at the plate. 1-2 remains the count. One-two offering from Bark. Here it is. Breaking ball hangs high. Evens up the count now 2-2 to McKellar. Two offering. Here it is. This one comes inside to make it now 3-2. 3-2 to Mason McKellar here, leading off the bottom half of the 5th. Jackets in command at 8-0. Here's the delivery. Swung on and bounced foul. Three-two offering. Here it is. Swung on and roped down the left field line, just foul. Just missing extra bases on that one was McKellar. He has 1 home run this season, does Mason McKellar. Three-two pitch. Again, comes inside. This time he clips him on the left hip, so McKellar gets hit by the pitch. It would have been ball 4 regardless. But officially it is a hit by pitch. So McKellar at first base. Nobody out, and here's Brian O'Dwyer, who had a very strange-looking double his last plate appearance in an RBI. It was a ball he hit a mile high to left. The left fielder for the Cougars, Ben Muser. Oh, this one is hit deep to center field. That one is way back, and that one is gone. Brian O'Dwyer with his 5th home run of the season. RBI is 26 and 27. And UWS now up 10-0 here. Been quite a display by the Yellow Jackets here so far on the mound, in the field, and also at the plate. 10 runs on 10 hits now for the Jackets. They've scored in every single inning. And here's Patty Kelly now to bat with 2 in, nobody out. And now he'll lay down a bunt. It's a good one. Up with it is Moran. He can't get there, and it'll be a bunt single for Kelly. UWS putting on a clinic here so far. flip to the top of the batting order, and here's Noah D'Agostino to bat.
Noah D'Agostino.
First pitch from Bark. Squaring around was D'Agostino, pulled the bat back. It's high for a ball, and then a snap throw from Moran. Down to first, back in time standing is Kelly. Want to know your count now to D'Agostino, who so far has a pair of doubles and 2 runs scored in the ballgame. Next pitch. Kelly bluffing a start. Back to the bag. The next pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 now to D'Agostino. Carter Tilke waiting on deck for the Jackets here in the bottom half of the 5th. Leading Minnesota Morris 10-0. Now Bark will check Kelly back to first. One pitch to D'Agostino. Swung on, hit deep to left. That one hanging up there, going back, and that's a 2-run shot for Noah D'Agostino. 4 home runs for the Jackets in this one. And they are putting on like I said, a clinic here. 2-run shot for D'Agostino. His first home run of the season. RBIs 27 and 28. And holy smokes. Well, this is one of those days for the Yellow Jackets, or one of those games anyway. Turned on that one against Bark, and the Jackets up 12-0.
Number 15 is Carter Tilke.
And here's Carter Tilke now to bat. Let's hope the Jackets don't use all this up here in game 1. Still got another game to go. But D'Agostino, he got all of that one. So 2 home runs for Voit, 1 for O'Dwyer, 1 for D'Agostino. Jackets now up to 12 hits in the game. Scored 4 times here so far in the 5th. Still nobody out, and here's the pitch. That one swung on and hit to center field. And the center fielder coming over to make the catch for the Cougars, that being Meyer-Dirk. And that is finally the first out of the inning. Trey Sybrand now will bat for the Jackets. He so far is 0 for 2 with a run scored. Stands in, went out. Nobody on. The first pitch from Bark comes inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, like I said, Jackets are having one of those days. 4 runs on 3 hits in the inning. This pitch catches the inside corner. 1-1 now to Sybrand. But the always dangerous Tanner Voit scheduled to bat next. This pitch is swung on and lined out in the left center field. That's trouble. It's going to get into the gap. Cutting it off now, trying to relay it back quickly. But Sybrand is going to have a sliding double with 1 out. Lined it in the left center field gap. Fourth hit of the inning for the Jackets, and that now will bring up the aforementioned Tanner Voit. There's 2 home runs already in the ball game. He's 3 for 3 with 4 RBIs. 2 home runs and a single for Voit.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 34, Tanner Voit.
Sybrand out at second. Here's the pitch. Off speed to Tanner Voit, stays high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch from Bark. Breaking ball that also stays up. 2-0 now to Tanner Voit. Be followed by Wiley Lotman here for the Jackets in the bottom of the 5th. Two-0 pitch. That one low, ball 3. Suppose if you're the Cougars, there really aren't any good options right now with Tanner Voit other than just kind of pitch around him perhaps here. 3-0 the count now to Voit. They're going to be very careful with this pitch, you can bet. As on 3-0. That one, yeah, kept it low and in the dirt. Not going to give Voit anything good to hit. He'll run down to first base. 4th time he's been on base already. So it'll be Voigt over at first. Sybrand on at second. And here's Wiley Lotman to bat. He has a pair of hits in the ball game, a single, a double, runs scored, and an RBI.
The catcher, number 4, Wiley Lotman.
2 on, 1 out. 4 already in the inning. Here's the pitch to Lotman. Off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. 12 runs on 13 hits now for the Yellow Jackets. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors so far for the Cougars. Here's the pitch. That one catches the inside corner. 1-1 now to Lotman. One pitch to the Yellow Jacket backstop. As Bark checks at second. Swung on and grounded out to short. And they'll get the force play with Voigt at second. So Lotman will reach on the fielder's choice as Black flipped it to second. Retires Voigt. Up to third goes Sybrand. Lotman on at first. Runners on the corners with 2 out. And the 9th batter to bat in the inning is now going to be Isaac Johnson, who is 1 for 3 so far with a single and an RBI. Sybrand on at third. Lotman on at first. 4-1 fifth here for UWS, and the first pitch from Bark is over the outside corner for a strike. Oh, 0-1 to Johnson. Now Lotman takes off from first, and Bark steps off, looks to third. That's a design play, by the way. Good job by Bark to kind of stay patient there and not overcommit to throwing anywhere. Everybody else now returns to their respective bases. In the meantime, it's an 0-1 count here to Johnson. Here's the pitch. Lotman takes off. Throw down to second. Not going to be in time, I don't think. Oh, yes, it is going to be in time. Quick tag, getting stealing, is going to be Wiley Lotman, and that retires the Yellow Jackets in the inning. But not before the Yellow Jackets had 4 hits and 4 runs. The big blow, the 2-run shot, and a home run to left by Noah D'Agostino, his first of the season. There were no Cougar errors and 1 left aboard. We've now played 5 complete innings here of game 1 of our doubleheader. Your score, Yellow Jackets 12, Minnesota Morris nothing. We'll come back with the top of the 6th right after this on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Peyton Nadeau, Aiden Moran, and Landon Meyerdirk to bat here against Zach Romans, who has been very ecumenical with his pitches here so far. He's kept his pitch count down. The Jackets fully in command at 12-0 here. Romans so far has given up just 2 hits to the first 5 innings. He's struck out 5.
The second baseman.
As Nadeau leads things off here. Going to be followed by Moran and Meyerdirk here in the top half of the 6th. And the first pitch from Romans is in there for a strike. 0-1 now to Nadeau. 0 for 1, grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the 3rd. And Romans kicks and delivers. And this pitch off the glove of Wiley Lotman to the backstop to even up the count now at 1-1. 1-1 your count now to Nadeau. As Romans kicks and delivers. Fastball high and away. 2-1 your count. On 2-1, here's the delivery. Fastball high and away. 3-1, you're counting out on Nadeau. He hasn't even had too many 3-ball counts, maybe 2 in the ball game here so far for Zach Romans. Three 3-1 pitch. That one's inside for ball 4. The rare walk as Nadeau leads off. With a base on ball, it's just the 8th walk given up by Romans all season. And now here's Aiden Moran to bat. He's 0 for 1, took a called third strike in the third. Nadeau on at first. Nobody out here, top half of inning number 6. It's been all Yellow Jackets here in game number 1. As the first pitch is swung on and fouled at the plate. 0-1 your count now to Moran. Jackets, like I said, have scored in every inning. 3 in the first, 1 the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 4 in the fifth to lead this game by a score of 12-0. This pitch is swung on and grounded softly to third. O'Dwyer picks it up. He'll throw to first. That'll retire Moran on a 5-3 scoring play. Up to second goes Nadeau. 1 down here in the 6th, and then it'll now flip to the top of the batting order for Landon Meyerdirk. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout here so far. Roman's first pitch. Squaring around, trying to bunt it as Meyerdirk. Offered at it, came up empty. Strike 1, your count now to Landon Meyerdirk. Good speed. Stolen 23 out of 25 bases this year to lead the Cougars. This pitch is swung on and grounded to third. O'Dwyer over to first. That retires Meyerdirk. Back-to-back 5-3 putouts. Makes it 2 out now in the inning, and that will bring up Tyler Moriarty.
The right fielder, number 12, Tyler Moriarty.
Moriarty so far 0 for 2. Struck out swinging in the first and grounded out the third in the fourth. 2 out, 1 on here, top half, inning number 6. Romans kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and hit the center field. And coming in with a sliding catch is going to be Kyler Tilke. Had a little bit of a slow read on it, I think, off the bat, but then tracked it down, came in, made a nice slide to his left, and then gloved it to retire Tyler Moriarty and the Cougars in the top half of the 6th. For Minnesota Morris in the 6th, no runs, no hits, no Yellow Jacket errors, 1 left aboard. We head to the bottom half of the inning, and we'll keep it here. Jackets leading at 12-0. And things that Coach T.J. Oakes has sort of intimated this season is that the Yellow Jackets undefeated when they get to 6 runs in a game this season. When the Jackets have scored 6 runs in games this year, they are, like I said, a perfect record this season. And to say that that's the case here would be a understatement. They've doubled that number, so Coach Oakes probably feeling pretty good at the moment as we now have a new pitcher coming in the ball game here for Minnesota Morris. As the Jackets bat in the bottom half of the 6th. I'll try to figure out who this new pitcher is. Lefty. 40. Was it 42? I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see it.
Yeah, it's 40.
That's 42? All right, and it's Andrew Franzen that's going to come in here. Making just his 2nd appearance of the year, why not? Pitched 1 inning this season, giving up 3 hits, 3 runs, all of which have been earned. He's walked nobody and struck out 1. ERA of 27.0. Again, that's unlimited duty. Just the 1 inning he's pitched so far this season, and then a 12-0 game. Might as well give him a chance to throw, especially with the run rule in effect here for the Yellow Jackets next inning.
Pitching for the Cougars, number 42, Andrew Franson.
So Franson will face Isaac Johnson, Mason McKellar, and Brian O'Dwyer here for UWS in the bottom half of inning number 6. It's been about as complete a performance as I've seen from the Yellow Jackets on the diamond in quite a while. As Johnson steps in, and here's the pitch. Comes in and clips him on the foot. So Johnson hit by a pitch on the first delivery from Franzen. He'll head down to first base. Nobody out. Now here's Mason McKellar to bat.
Batting the first baseman,
Johnson over at first. McKellar in the box. Here's the pitch from Franzen. Swung on and hit very high on the infield. The third baseman for the Cougars, Haberman, coming over. He'll make the grab. That's the first out of the inning. And that now will bring up Brian O'Dwyer, one of 3 Yellow Jackets to hit home runs in this ball game.
Third baseman, number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer so far 2 for 3. 3 RBIs, has a double, a homer. His 5th home run of the season. And this pitch off speed from Franzen is in there for a strike. 0-1 to the Yellow Jacket third baseman O'Dwyer. Oh, 1 pitch. That one stays high. Evens up the count now to O'Dwyer at 1-1. Johnson over at first with 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's a delivery. Swung on and hit very high and deep to left. Way back. And that one is gone. 5th home run of the game for the Jackets. 2nd of the game for O'Dwyer. He now has 6 on the season. The Jackets now 14-0. RBI is 28 and 29 now for O'Dwyer.
Now batting your shortstop, number 11, Patty Kelly.
And here's Patty Kelly now to bat. Number 9 hitter for the Jackets, and the first pitch to him is swung on and ground out the second. Up with it, the second baseman. That being Peyton Nadeau over to the first baseman, Oleg Mueller. That retires Kelly. That's the second out of the inning. 4-3 on the scoring plan. We flip to the top of the batting order now for Noah D'Agostino. Hit one of the Yellow Jackets' 5 home runs here in game number 1. And here's the pitch to him. Off speed in there for a strike. 0-1. D'Agostino so far 3 for 3 with a walk, 3 runs scored, a couple of RBIs, two doubles to go along with a homer. And this pitch is swung on, and that's driven to center field. Ranging over, though, making the catch is the center fielder, that being Meyerdirk, and that'll retire the Yellow Jackets in the 6th. But the Jackets adding 2 more runs on 1 hit. There were no errors and nobody left aboard. We head now to the top of the 7th. Run rule in effect. Your score after 6. Yellow Jackets 14. Minnesota Morris nothing. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the
Leading off, the left fielder, number 26, Ben Muser.
Right. Well, I know you'll make the right call. Back here for the top half of the 7th. Ben Muser, the leadoff batter here for Minnesota Morris. Fly ball to right. Making the catch is Isaac Johnson, and that's the first out here at the top of the 7th. Run rule in effect. Jackets leading at 14-0. As Ryan McGee steps in through 6 1/3. Zach Roman's working on a 2-hitter here. Has 5 strikeouts to go along with a walk And this pitch to McGee. Grounded out to second. D'Agostino flipping it over to first to McKellar. That retires McGee on a 4-3 scoring play. 2 down here in the 7th. And now it'll be Brady Black to bat.
Brady Black.
We'll have a brief post-game recap sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Superior Refinery once we go final here in game number 1. As Romans kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and hit to right field. Coming back to make the catch is going to be Isaac Johnson, and the Yellow Jackets close it out in style as the Cougars go down to the feet. Final score here, 14-0 for the Cougars in the top half of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We've played 1 game here, and your final score of game number 1 as we jump right into our postgame. Sponsored by Synovus Energy. Yellow Jackets winning at 14-0. That was about as complete a performance as you can get. In the field and at the plate, the Jackets simply dominant here against the Cougars in game number 1. UWS scoring in every inning. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 4 in the fifth, and 2 more in the sixth. UWS ends up 14 runs on 14 hits and no errors. Minnesota Morris, no runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors. The winning pitcher for UWS, going all the way on the mound in game number 1, is Zach Romans. Very impressive for Romans. He improves to 5-3 on the season. His ERA of 3.86 is going to come down quite a bit. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and just the 2 hits allowed for Romans. Meanwhile, the loser, Parker Gilchrist, he falls to 3-2 with the loss. Jackets hitting 5 home runs in the ball game, 2 each for Tanner Voigt and Brian O'Dwyer, 1 for Noah D'Agostino. And like I said, the Yellow Jackets scoring in every inning. So I guess you could kind of say that the co-players of the game would be O'Dwyer and Voigt for the Yellow Jackets in game 1 as UWS dominant, winning it by the final score of 14-0. So 14-0 your final score in game number 1. And with that being the case, we'll take an extended audio break, probably 20-25 minutes before we come back with start of game 2. So stick around for that. In the meantime, again, the final score of game 1, Yellow Jackets 14, Minnesota Morris nothing. Game 2 coming up in about 20 minutes. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Matt Johnson back for game number 2. No pregame show, obviously, but we're in the game number 2 of our doubleheader. Josh Pritchard getting the start on the mound here for the Yellow Jackets. Pritchard has one of the best ERAs in the country. He's making his 11th appearance, 9th start of the season, 44 and 2/3 innings, getting up just 40 hits, 13 runs, 11 of which have been earned. He's walked 14 and struck out 38. His record 4-2, his ERA 2.22. And he will face Landon Meyer-Dirk, Tyler Moriarty, and Ben Muser here in the top half of inning number 1 of game number 2. If you're just joining us, the Yellow Jackets taking game number 1 in dominant fashion. Final score 14-0. Jackets hitting 5 home runs in that first game. 2 each for Brian O'Dwyer and Tanner Voigt. A single home run for Noah D'Agostino to go along with that. Jackets scoring 14 runs on 14 hits. Zach Romans getting the win for the Jackets. He gave up just 2 hits in 7 innings in a complete game shutout. And so UW is looking to gain the sweep here as Pritchard will face again Meyer-Dirk, Moriarty, and Muser here in the top half of inning number 1, game number 2. Beautiful conditions here. Temperatures in the high 50s, low 60s as Pritchard's first pitch is swung on and popped up on the right side of the infield. Mason McKellar lost it in the high sky here. We saw that happen in game number 1 as Meyer-Dirk, with a high pop fly, goes down as a double. Losing it was McKellar as he went back. Coming in also was Isaac Johnson. Neither one of them could find it. And so runner on second base here leading off the game. And here is Tyler Moriarty now to bat. And the opening pitch is bunted back to Pritchard. His throw to first. And that one's short hopped. That'll be an E1 on the throw. Runners on the corners now with nobody out. So already a better start here for Morris. And here's Ben Muser now to bat. Jackets played error-free baseball in game number 1. Already have an error and a hit given up here in the top half of inning number 1 of game number 2. And the first pitch from Pritchard is over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count now to Muser. Oleg Mueller and Black also due up here. Nice couple of hitters for the Cougars as Pritchard tries to pitch out of a runners on the corners with nobody out jam. This pitch, not sure where that missed, apparently high. And it evens up the count now 1-1. Set the Yellow Jacket defense for you in a moment here as Pritchard kicks and delivers. And this pitch is swung on off of his foot and rolled up the third baseline. And that one's going to sting as he hit the deck. And it's going to be 1-2 now your count. Yellow Jacket defense here in game number 2. We talked about Pritchard being on the mound. Wiley Lottman doing the catching around the horn on the infield for the Yellow Jackets. It is Brian O'Dwyer over at third at shortstop. It is Patty Kelly at second base. Noah D'Agostino over at first base. Mason McKellar for the Yellow Jackets. The outfield from left to right. Trace Ibron out in left. Carter Tilkey out in center. And out in right field, Isaac Johnson. So the same defense that the Yellow Jackets put together in game number 1. Swinging and missing is Muser. He's down on strikes. First out. And now here is Kellen Oligmuller, the first baseman for Minnesota Morris. Bats with 1 out. Runners on the corners. As Pritchard, like I said, trying to pitch around a early jam here in the top half of the first as this first pitch comes low and inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Trying to follow up on the very impressive performance by Zach Romans. In game number 1, giving up just the 2 hits, 5 strikeouts, improved to 5-3 for him. Jackets with the win now have won 9 in a row. This pitch is swung on and missed. Nice breaking ball there from Pritchard. Native of Surrey, British Columbia. Has got it 1-1 count here to Kellen Oligmuller. 1-1 pitch. Off with the pitch. The throw down to second is not going to be in time. And now taking off from third and coming in to score is going to be Meyer-Dirk. Stolen base from Moriarty. Throw short hopped a little bit. Unable to come up with it was D'Agostino. Allows Meyer-Dirk to come home as the ball skipped away. Might goes an E2. I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do there. So runner on second, still 1 down. run in here for the Cougars in the top half of inning number 1, game number 2. They lead at 1-0. Pritchard's pitch swung on and hit the center field. Tilke coming in. He'll make the grab. That's the second out of the inning. And Jackets get through this inning without any more damage. You have to say it's a pretty good job by Josh Pritchard considering how the first couple batters went in this inning. In the meantime, here's Brady Black to bat now. And the first pitch from Pritchard comes up and in. For a ball, 1 ball, no strike. Crowd didn't like the call. This pitch is swung on and hit to center field, and that will be bouncing over the top of Tilke all the way back to the fence. Now he picks it up, rounding second, digging for third will be Black. And it'll be an RBI triple here for Black. So 2 runs in the inning here. Moriarty scoring from second base. Second hit of the inning. And now here's Trevor Haberman. So the good luck runs out there. 2-0 your score. And here's Trevor Haberman now to bat. And that one skips away from Lotman. Was it a balk? Okay. And they're going to call a balk on that play. So Black comes in to score, and the Jackets have given up 3 already here in the first. So a mess of an inning here for the Yellow Jackets to start out. This one is swung on and fouled back. So 3 runs on 2 hits. Yellow Jackets with an error in the field. A balk on top of that. A triple that bounced over the head of Carter Tilke in center. This pitch finds the outside corner. 0-2 now your count to Haberman. He's the 6th player to bat here in the top half of the first of game number 2 here for the Cougars. And here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right. You might recall a couple weeks ago, the Jackets got down 5-0 in the first inning against North Central. Came all the way back to win it, 7-6. So they can come back, especially with this offense. But not a great start here, to say the least, here for the Jackets. As this pitch is swung on, and that's lined out in the left field for a base hit. So a 2-out single to left. And here is Peyton Nadeau now to bat. He becomes batter number 7 of the inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 to Nadeau. Next pitch by Pritchard. Called strike over the outside corner. And it's 0-2 now to Nadeau. Well, we'll see if the Yellow Jackets can settle down here. Still a lot of game to go, of course. This pitch. That one's low. Stealing second is going to be Haberman. Pritchard came in with just a 2.22 ERA. So it's rare that he gives up multiple runs in an inning. As this pitch is swung on and lofted to left field. Coming in now is Sybrand. He'll make the catch. Now finally bring it in to the top half of the first inning, but not before the Cougars score 3 runs on 2 hits. There was a Yellow Jacket error. And 1 left aboard. Your score after 1/2 inning. Minnesota Morris 3, Yellow Jackets nothing. We'll keep it here. So the Minnesota Morris defense while we have a moment here. In game number 2, doing the pitching will be Ryan McGee. He was the designated hitter in game number 1 for McGee. He comes in, making his 8th appearance, 4th star of the season, 28 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 28 hits. Given up 18 runs, 16 of which have been earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 27, so he pounds the strike zone. Teams are hitting .252 against him on the season. His record 3-3, his ERA 5.08. And behind him, playing defensively here, doing the catching here in game number 2, it'll be Tim Peace, who we didn't see at all in game number 1. Aiden Moran did the catching in game number 1 for Minnesota Morris. Meanwhile, around the infield from left to right, it'll be Haverman over at third base, Brady Black out at shortstop. Second base, Peyton Nadeau, and over at first base is Kellen Oligmuller. Meanwhile, the outfielders from left to right, Tyler Moriarty out in left, Landon Meyer-Dirk out in center field, and out in right field, it'll be Caleb Walker, who we also did not see in game number 1. And in the meantime, McGee completing his warm-up tosses, and he will face Noah D'Agostino, Carter Tilkey, and Trey Sybrandt for the Yellow Jackets here in the bottom half of the first. Jackets going to have to come from behind here. Trailing at 3-0. Quick update, by the way, from the second game of softball. UWS sweeps Morris in softball down in Morris. One game 1 6-2, one game 2 8-2. So the Yellow Jacket women finished 24-14 on the regular season. They're now off to the UMAC tournament next week, where they'll play, I think, Northwestern. I'm guessing that's going to be Northwestern. Either way, you can find out more about the UMAC tournament next week for Yellow Jacket softball at uwsyellowjackets.com. Congratulations also to women's tennis. They won their match today against Greenville. They're off to the NCAA tournament. Consecutive trips to the NCAAs for the Yellow Jackets under head coach C.J. Schaffner. Congratulations to the Yellow Jacket women's tennis team on going back to the NCAA tournament as well. In the meantime, D'Agostino leads off here for the Jackets. And the first pitch to him is swung on and hit high in the air to right. Walker coming in, and he'll make the catch. One pitch and one out for UWS here in the bottom of the first, game number 2, and here's Carter Tilkey now to bat.
The center fielder, number 15, Carter Tilkey.
Tilkey for the Yellow Jackets steps in, 1 out, nobody on. Bottom half inning number 1. Morris with 3 runs in the top half of the inning, lead at 3-0. And here's the pitch from McGee. High for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. McGee's next pitch. Swung on a line to right field. And Walker comes over to make the catch. 2 flyouts to right for the Jackets here in the bottom of the first, and that now will bring up Trey Sybrandt for the Yellow Jackets.
Batting for your Yellow Jackets, the left fielder, number 28, Trey Sybrandt.
Sybrandt with 2 out, nobody on here. Bottom half, inning number 1, game number 2. Jackets taking game number 1 in run rule fashion, 14-0, but going to be a different story here in game number 2. You get the feeling as this pitch from McGee is in their first strike, 0-1 your count. Jackets are mashing the ball over the field in game number 1. And we'll see how game number 2 turns out now as McGee's pitch is off the plate. He's up to count the Sybrandt at 1-1. One pitch on the way. That one finds the inside corner, make it now 1-2 to the Yellow Jacket left fielder. 1-2 offering on the way. That one bounces up there now to even up the count at 2-2. Two pitch. Here it is. Off the plate for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Sybrandt with Tanner Voigt waiting on deck. Three-two pitch. Swung on and hit well to right center field in deep. Way back, way back. That one's off the top of the fence. Sybrandt rounding first, will dig for second. He'll be in at second base with a stand-up double with 2 out. Just missing the home run on that one. Trey Cybrand, he got all that ball. Just came up a little bit short to right center field, and now here's Tanner Voigt.
Number 34,
We had 2 home runs in game number 1, now up to 13 on the season. I think the McGee, again, will be very careful with Tanner Voigt here. Had 3 hits in game 1, did Voigt, was on base 4 times. McGee checks at second with Cybrand. Here's the pitch. Swung on and bounced back toward the shortstop. Off of the glove of Black into center field. Cybrand will score. And we'll see what the ruling is there. What do you think? Okay. That's what I was thinking too, Mr. O'Connor, but I just wanted to make sure. Cybrand comes in to score. 3-1 now your tally. And here's Wiley Lotman now to bat. Lotman had a good first game for the Yellow Jackets. Almost all the Yellow Jackets had good at-bats in that first one. Earlier this afternoon, Voigt over at first, 3-1 your score. And the first pitch for McGee is a breaking ball in there to Lotman. First strike, 0-1 your count. Run on a hit and an error here so far for the Jackets in their half of inning number 1. Here's the pitch. That one off the glove of the catcher. That'll be a pass ball as moving up 90 feet is Tanner Voigt. He's up to second base. So Lotman batting now with a runner in scoring position, 1 in the inning. 3-run your score. Both teams with an error here so far in the first. Meantime, McGee's pitch. Half swing back to the starting pitcher McGee, and he'll throw to first. Now he'll retire Lotman on a 1-3 scoring play, and that'll retire the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the first. For UWS in the first inning, a run on a hit, and Morris error, and 1 left aboard. We've played 1 full inning here of game number 2. Your score after 1, Minnesota Morris 3, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the second, it'll be Tim Peace, Caleb Walker, and Landon Meyerdurk to bat here against UWS starter Josh Pritchard, who gave up 3 runs in that first inning. See if Pritchard can settle in a little bit more here in inning number 2. Talked about how busy it is up on campus right now, everybody in their respective playoffs. Men's tennis playing for a trip to the NCAA tournament as we speak. Women's tennis already in the NCAAs by virtue of their victory over Greenville earlier today. In the meantime, softball with a doubleheader sweep, and men's and women's track and field right now in action down the street at SCCU Stadium in the UMAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships, Day 2. Yellow Jacket men and women were in second place in the standings heading into the day today. As it's up again now is Peace to bat for the first time today. Hitting 167, 2 for 12 on the season, and this pitch is swung on and hit out to right field. And it's the 3rd hit of the season for Peace as he singles to right, leading off. 1 on, nobody out. 4th hit of the game here so far for Minnesota Morris. And here now is Caleb Walker to bat. First pitch to Walker inside, the throw down. The first back in time. Or not in time, I should say, as diving back is Peace. Back in time was Peace. 1 ball, no strikes here to Walker. Now check throw to first by Pritchard. Diving back again is Peace. Walker in the seeing him 231. No home runs, 4 RBIs, 9 hits, and 39 at-bats for Walker. 1-0 count. Squared around, pull the bat back, comes inside, low for a ball. 2-0 now your count. To Walker as Pritchard kicks and delivers, squares around again, pulls the bat back again, and now it's 3-0. So Pritchard scuffling a little bit here at the start of this one. Three and 0 your count. Squaring around. When the bat back. Called strike on that one. Fastball right down the middle. 3-1 now your count here to Walker. Piche over at first. Here's the delivery. Squaring around again. Pulling the bat back, and it's ball 4. So again, the first two getting on board. Piche up to second. Walker on at first. Nobody out. Single and a walk, and now here's Meyer-Dirk to bat. First walk surrendered by Pritchard here so far. And here's his pitch. This one bunted out in front of the plate. Lotman up with it, throws to first. Sacrifice is complete. 1-3 on the putout. Everybody moves up a base. Piche to third, Walker to second, and that now will bring up Tyler Moriarty, who reached on an error, stole second, and came around to score last inning.
Tyler Moriarty.
Now a bit of a pause in the action here. And TJ Oakes is going to come out, and not sure what the situation is here. The base umpire having a conversation with Coach Oakes. And the conversation is ongoing. All right, looks like we're ready now for the at-bat. Pritchard's pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1-1 to Moriarty. Oh, 1 delivery, swung on and fouled back, and Pritchard's ahead in the count now 0-2. Tim Piche over at first base. He led off the inning with a single to right. Caleb Walker on at second. He walked, and then the sacrifice from Landon Meyer-Dirk has put Piche on third, Walker on second. 1 down, 0-2 count. Fastball rides high. 1-2 your count now to Moriarty. And Ben Muser waiting on deck. Next pitch by Pritchard comes up and in, and it now is 2-2 here to Moriarty. Two pitch. Swung on and bounced foul. Off to the left and out of play. We'll do it again here on 2-2. Pritchard's 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit high in the air to left. Ranging over now, making the catch. It's going to be the center fielder, Tilke. Not tagging up his Piche. He stays at third. I'm not sure why he did that. Mistake on the base pass there. He should have come home on that ball. I'm not sure he knew where that ball was. But a mistake there. We'll see if the Yellow Jackets can wriggle off the hook here. That's the second out of the inning, and now here's Ben Muser to bat. Well, base running mistake there. Like I said, I don't know if he knew where that ball was as the first pitch to Muser is swung on and missed. Muser 0 for 1. He struck out swinging last inning. He was the first out of that frame. That was the inning in which the Cougars scored 3 times as this pitch is swung on and bounced foul to the left. And now Pritchard's ahead in the count 0-2. Those little mistakes sometimes that can get you in trouble. Should be a 4-1 ball game right now. 0-2 now to Muser. And here's the pitch. Fastball high. 1-2 your count now to Muser. I don't think the Jackets are going to complain about it, but 1-2 offering. Swung on and hit the center field. Tilke comes over. He'll make the catch. And despite having runners on second and third with 1 down, the Cougars failed to score in the top half of the second. 4 Minnesota Morris in the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left aboard. And we'll keep it here as we head to the bottom half of the second. Morris leading at 3-1, but boy, should be 4-1 ball game right now. And like I said, we'll see if the Yellow Jackets can make that one hurt. Brian O'Dwyer, Isaac Johnson, and Mason McKellar due up here against Ryan McGee in the bottom half of the second. Talk about the series between these two teams. Jackets after game 1 now lead the all-time set with Minnesota Morris 21-9. The Cougars took 2 out of 3 a year ago from the Yellow Jackets. First matchup came all the way back on March 20th, 1996. Jackets took game 1 between the two teams 4-3 last year. Game that was played on April 18th, and then the doubleheader the following day. The Cougars down the Yellow Jackets by scores of 9-6 and 16-12. Those games, of course, played on April 19th. Before that, the Yellow Jackets entered that series with a 6-game winning streak that had dated back to 2023, and this is the first time actually the Cougars have been in Superior since 2022, so it's been a while since Minnesota Morris has played on this field. On that occasion, the Yellow Jackets and the Cougars split a doubleheader on May 8th of 2022 on this field. In the meantime, we begin the bottom half of inning number 2 with O'Dwyer. We had 2 home runs in game number 1. That's for the first time here against McGee, bottom half of the second, and the first pitch is swung on and tapped foul back to the screen. 0-1 you're counting now to the Yellow Jacket third baseman. Johnson and McKellar to follow here in the bottom of the second. Jackets in the 2-run hole at 3-1. And here's the pitch from McGee. Nice hook. Change of pace, gets O'Dwyer to swing through it, and it's 0-2 now to the Yellow Jackets third baseman from Maple Grove, Minnesota. Oh, 2 pitch from McGee. Here it is. Check swing. Off the plate wide. They're going to appeal it down to first base. First base umpire says no. Ball 1, strike 2. Your count now to O'Dwyer. Here's the next pitch. Swung on and hit out in the center field. That'll be a base hit. So O'Dwyer having a good day at the plate. Leads off the bottom of the second with a single to center on a 1-2 count. And now here's Isaac Johnson to bat. Johnson, who was the starting right fielder in game number 1 today, gets to start out in right field again here in game number 2. A freshman who has seen his minutes increase, or his at-bats and innings increase, I guess. Kind of get the terminology correct here. Well, at first base is O'Dwyer. First pitch to Johnson is tap foul to the left. 0-1 your count now to Johnson with McKellar waiting on deck. Now a snap throw to first by McGee, back in time. Head first is O'Dwyer. Of course, both these teams after this weekend set are going to be headed down to Mankato, Minnesota for the UMAC tournament. That'll be next week. For full information on that, you can go to the athletics website, uwsyellowjackets.com. Here's the pitch. Swung on and line back through the middle. Nice fortunate hop there for Nadeau at second. Then the throw to first, and it'll be a double play. So a 4-3 twin killing, 2 down now in the inning.
The first baseman, number
And that'll bring
21,
up now Mason McKellar. McKellar getting his second straight start over at first base. Tanner Voigt has played there normally for the Yellow Jackets, but McKellar's been playing well recently, so Coach TJ Oaks electing to keep him in the lineup. 2 out, nobody on. Here's the pitch. Off the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count now to McKellar. Should he keep the inning going? Patty Kelly bat next. McGee's pitch. Swung on and bounced to third. Throw over to first. That retires McKellar on a 5-3 scoring play, and Ryan McGee faces the minimum for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the second. For UWS, no runs, 1 hit. There were no Cougar errors and nobody left aboard. We played 2 complete innings here of game number 2. Your score after 2, Minnesota Morris 3, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Get the same gear the Yellow Jackets wear by visiting the Yellow Jacket Sideline store. Browse the latest styles of gear, including shirts, hats, sweatshirts, outerwear, and more. The Yellow Jacket Sideline store can be found at uwsyellowjackets.com/shop. Top of the third inning here. Kellen Oligmuller, Brady Black, and Trevor Haberman against the Yellow Jacket starter Josh Pritchard, as the first pitch is swung on and missed. 0-1 your count now to Oligmuller. He's 0 for 1. Flew up the center field in the first. He leads off here in the top half of the third. In a 3-1 contest in favor of the Cougars as this pitch comes inside. That evens up the count now 1-1. Pitcher now kicking and delivering. Pitch is swung on and grounded foul outside of first. 1-2 now the count. One-two pitch, swung on and hit the center field. Shallow coming in now is Tilke, and he'll have to play it on a hop. So a leadoff single to center here for Oligmuller.
The shortstop,
5th hit already here for the Cougars. So just 2+ innings of batting. And here now is Brady Black to bat. He tripled in the first and came around to score, and now he squares around to bunt it. Bunts it back to the pitcher. Pritchard over to first for the out. 1-3 scoring play on the sack. That moves Oligmuller up to second. 1 out. Runner on second base, and now here's Trevor Haberman to bat.
The third baseman, number 16, Trevor Haberman.
He singled and stole second and was stranded there in the first. So there's a runner on second here, and here's the pitch from Pritchard. Swung on and lined out in the center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Oligmuller stops at third. Haberman on at first. So Pritchard's been in trouble all 3 innings here that he's been pitching here in game number 2. And here now is Peyton Nadeau to bat. Pritchard's first pitch is a fastball for a strike.
Baseman, number 6, Peyton Nadeau.
2 hits in the inning. Runners on the corners. Just 1 out here. And here's Pritchard's pitch. Squaring around now. Pitches off the plate outside. Aims up the count now 1-1. He's had 6 hits already for the Cougars here in game number 2. This one is swung on and fouled back to the screen now. Count now 1-2 here to Nadeau. Peace would be next. 1-2 pitch now from Pritchard. Low and inside now 2-2 your count. And on 1-2. Swung on and lined to short. Soft liner grabbed there by Kelly. That's the second out of the inning. So now 2 out in the frame. And here's Tim Peach now to bat. He singled to right and was stranded on third. He actually should have come home in that inning, but misread his sack, what would have been a sac fly to center, and ended up stranded on third. That was last inning. Now he bats with 2 out and 2 on. Runners on the corners. Kellen Oligmuller over at third. Trevor Haberman over at first. The first pitch is swung on and fouled away. 0-1 your count now to Peach. That hit he had, by the way, was just his 3rd hit of the season. Last inning. 3 for 13 now, in hitting this year, as this one is swung on and flown down the right field line, and Johnson will come over and make the catch. And that'll bring an end now to the top half of the third for the Cougars. For Minnesota Morris in the third, no runs, 2 hits, no Yellow Jacket errors, and 2 left aboard. Score remains 3-1 as we keep it here. Heading to the bottom half of inning number 3. Ryan McGee getting ready to begin his 3rd inning of work here. He'll face Patty Kelly, Noah D'Agostino, and Carter Tilkey for the Yellow Jackets here in the 3rd inning. So Josh Pritchard so far wriggling off the hook in the last 2 innings. Beautiful day here in Superior. We talked about that a couple of times in game number 1. Slight breeze going from left to right. Wind picking up just a little bit here. But down on the field, it's pretty still. And the weather, like I said, couldn't be much better. Good crowd here, by the way, as well. This is, of course, senior weekend for the Yellow Jacket baseball team. 12 seniors playing their final series as Yellow Jackets. Senior day officially will be tomorrow over at Wade Stadium. Kind of a strange place to have it, but it's just the way it worked out this year. In the meantime, McGee completing his warm-up tosses here as Kelly steps in for his first at-bat here of game number 2, the shortstop for the Yellow Jackets. Kelly scored a couple of runs in game number 1, had a hit and a walk. And he leads off here for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the third as McGee kicks and delivers. And the first pitch is a fastball right through there for a strike. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket shortstop. All 4 runs in this contest scored in the first, 3 for the Cougars, 1 for the Yellow Jackets. As this pitch is swung on and nubbed foul back to the screen, and McGee's ahead in the count 0-2 here against Patty Kelly. McGee on 0-2. Here's his delivery. Check swing, follow the Yellow Jacket dugout to our left. Count holding at 0-2 now to the native of Andover, Minnesota. McGee checking with his catcher, Peach, and now he delivers. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Blew the fastball right past Kelly. First strikeout of the ball game for McGee, and that now flips to the top of the batting order for Noah D'Agostino. Took a swing on the first pitch he saw and flew out to right field, leading off the bottom half of the first, and is 0 for 1. One out, nobody on here in the third inning. And McGee kicks and delivers. First pitch is a over the outside corner for a strike. And starting catcher Peach is not going to have to go over and now trade gloves here. That one nearly popped through his mitt. So one glove out, another glove in. Catcher's mitt looked like, I was about to give away on that one. One strike to count here to D'Agostino. Oh, 1 pitch. Here it is. That one low. Evens up the count to D'Agostino now at 1-1. One pitch. Fastball finds the outside corner. Now 1-2 your count here to Noah D'Agostino. One-two pitch on the way. Here it is. Swung on and grounded through the middle. Going to be a tough play. Picking it up is Black, and he's not going to have time to throw out D'Agostino. It'll be an infield single for the Yellow Jacket second baseman. Bounce over the mound. McGee didn't get a piece of it. Softly hit. Black tried to come over and make the play, but by the time he picked it up and threw it to first, D'Agostino was already crossing the bag at first. So an infield single with one out, and here's Cutter Tilke now to bat. Tilke, one of the few Yellow Jackets that didn't have an outstanding game at the plate in game number 1. And McGee's first pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here to the Yellow Jacket center fielder, Tilke. Talked about him earlier in the game. Transfer from Concordia Moorhead. Started the non-conference win against Carleton earlier on in the week. 1-0 count to Tilke here. Next pitch. Swung on and hit hard and down the line and fair in the left field corner. Rounding second base, digging for third will be D'Agostino. Now he's going to hold up at third, pulling up at second. With the doubles going to be Tilke. Runners on second and third with 1 down. And the Jackets might have something going here in the third. That'll bring up Trey Sybrand, who just missed a home run in his first at-bat, doubled off the fence out in right center field and then came home to score. And now he bats with 2 on, 1 down. Jackets down by 2. McGee kicks and delivers. First pitch bounces up there for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Heart of the Yellow Jacket order due up here. One-0 delivery. Swung on and bounced high and foul at third. That evens up the count now 1-1 here to Trey Sybrand. Sybrand, another member of that 12-player senior class here for TJ Oaks in his 5th season. Starting left fielder for the Yellow Jackets for the last 4 years. Bats on a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lined out to first base. And that'll be the second out of the inning. Soft liner. That's a big out here for McGee. And here's Tanner Voigt now to bat. 2 down with Voigt. Reached on an error. And got stranded out at second base on a pass ball. And McGee kicks and delivers to him. And this pitch is swung on and ground to third. Huppled the throw to first. And that'll retire the Yellow Jackets in the third. So UWS now wastes a scoring opportunity. And they leave 2 on in the bottom of the third. For UWS in the third, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left aboard. We played 3 complete innings here of game number 2. Morris continues to lead. Your score, Cougars 3, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Matt Johnson back here for the top half of the fourth. Caleb Walker, Landon Meyer-Dirk, and Tyler Moriarty due up here for the Cougars. Minnesota Morris, 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Yellow Jackets, 1 run, 4 hits, and 1 error. Matt Johnson alongside Bailey Nygaard, my production engineer here with Yellow Jacket TV. Gus Shupp and Emiliano back at the home base station for 91.3, and this is Matt Johnson here, of course, at the NBC Sports Complex. Jackets and the Cougars, 3-1 your score here. Game number 2, first pitch from Josh Pritchard to Caleb Walker is a strike. And the same result for pitch number 2, and Josh Pritchard now is ahead 0-2. Cougars have gotten a leadoff man aboard in each of the first 3 innings, as this pitch is outside for a ball. 1-2 the count to Walker, the right fielder. And here's a delivery. Swung on and skied on the infield. Actually, will make it to the outfield. Tilke making the call for it. He'll make the catch. 1 up and 1 down here for the Cougars in the fourth, and we'll flip to the top of the batting order now for Landon Meyer-Dirk.
Center fielder, number 9, Landon Meyer-Dirk.
He's 1 for 1 with a run scored and a double so far here in game number 2. And here's the pitch to him. Fastball over the inside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count. Cougars have left 4 aboard in each of the last 2 innings. Jackets left 2 aboard last inning. As this pitch is swung on and popped foul off to the right, and it'll get out of play. And 0-2 your count now to Meyer-Dirk. Jackets with a chance to gain a share of the UMAC title for the season this weekend, depending on what was going on with Bethany Lutheran and Northwestern. Off speed, this pitch is swung on and fouled away. Count remains 0-2. Bethany Lutheran won game 1 yesterday, and then Northwestern came back and took game 2 today. So Jackets, if they win out, will be regular season champs. Here's the swing and a miss, strike 3. Meyer-Dirk goes down on strikes. 2 up and 2 down here in the fourth, and here's Moriarty now to bat.
Left fielder, number 12, Tyler Moriarty.
Jackets have the tiebreaker against Northwestern in the conference standings, while Bethany Lutheran has the tiebreaker on the Jackets. Meantime, here's the first pitch now from Pritchard. Inside for a ball to Moriarty. 0 for 2 with a run scored and a stolen base here so far in game number 2. This pitch, a bender that comes over the inside corner, evens up the count now at 1-1. One delivery. That fastball finds the corner. And now is 1-2 here to Moriarty. One-two pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to right. Johnson calling for it. He'll make the catch, and Pritchard has his first 1-2-3 inning here of game number 2. For the Cougars in the fourth, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We played 3.5. Your score, Cougars 3, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll keep it here. So the tie-break scenarios, by the way, there's about 20 or 21 different scenarios that I know Coach TJ Oaks was kind of trying to crunch going into the weekend to figure out what was all going to happen. The top 4 teams for the tournament have already been determined. They are, of course, Bethany Lutheran, Northwestern, the Yellow Jackets, and the Cougars. The question is where everybody's going to be as far as seedings. Really what it's going to come down to is not only whether the regular season title ends up with the Yellow Jackets or the Vikings, or even the Eagles, depending how things work out. But it's more about determining what the first-round matchups are going to be for the tournament of Mankato next weekend. So there's a lot of movement happening right now. Coach TJ Oaks telling me last week he felt like it was going to come down to the very last game. And might very well be the case. In the meantime, the Vikings and the Eagles are playing as we speak in game 2 of their doubleheader. Bethany Lutheran winning yesterday, with Northwestern winning game 1 of their doubleheader today. And so they're playing as we speak. In the meantime, for the Yellow Jackets, as we begin the bottom half of inning number 4, it'll be Wiley Lotman, Brian O'Dwyer, and Isaac Johnson due up here against Cougar starter Ryan McGee, who's gone all the way through 3 innings, giving up just the 1 run on 4 hits. And McGee's first pitch is a fastball high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Lotman grounded out, 1-3 in the first. He had a couple hits in game number 1 of the doubleheader today for UWS. As McGee kicks and delivers, this pitch is low and away. 2-0 your count now to Lotman. As we play on here in the bottom half of the 4th inning of game number 2 of our doubleheader. Final radio broadcast for the year for 25-26, as far as that is to believe. As this pitch comes in on Lotman, he pops it up, short right. Walker coming in, he'll make the catch. Very nonchalantly, may I add. And Lotman is the first out here of the 4th. Now it's Brian O'Dwyer to bat. And Dwyer so far here in game number 2, 1 for 1, single leading off the second. And then was a race on a double play later in that frame. McGee pitching to O'Dwyer with 1 out, nobody on, and here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. Oh, and 1 your count here to O'Dwyer. Next pitch on the way from McGee. Swung on and tapped right back to the pitcher. He'll flip it over to first to retire O'Dwyer on a 1-3 scoring play. 2 up and 2 down for the Jackets here in the 4th. Now bring up Isaac Johnson now to bat.
Number 5, Isaac Johnson.
0 for 1, grounded into a 4-3 double play back in the second. Then the freshman. As McGee kicks and delivers. Fastball in there for a strike, 0-1. Both pitchers trying to have 1, 2, 3 innings here in the 4th. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket right fielder Johnson. Here's the pitch. Fastball stays high. 1-1 your count now with 2 out, nobody on. 1-1 pitch. Fastball right through there. Now 1-2 your count here to Johnson. One-two pitch. Swung on and ground to short. Black up with it on the run. Throws over to first. And that will retire Johnson. 6-3 on the scoring play. And the Jackets go quickly and quietly in the 4th. for UWS in the bottom of the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We've played 4 complete innings here of game number 2. Your score, Cougars 3, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball. 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 5th, Ben Muser, Kellen Oligmuller, and Brady Black due up here against Josh Pritchard. It was stalled down a little bit here. Gave up those 3 runs in the first, but hasn't given up a run since. Wriggled off the hook a couple of times, both in the second and third. Managed to retire the Cougars in order in the 4th, and now he faces Muser, who leads things off. He's 0 for 2 so far in the ball game.
The designated hitter, number 26, Ben Muser.
First pitch swung on and missed. Went for the high heat. Came up empty. 0-1 your count now to Muser, the DH, here in game number 2. Oleg Mueller waiting on deck. Next pitch, check swing. Don't know where that one missed, but it's a ball apparently. 1-1 your count. One delivery here from Pritchard. That one also off the plate and makes it now 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and bounced foul, and now it's 2-2. To Muser. As Pritchard's 2-2 pitch swung on and looped out in the left field, that'll get down for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Muser here. 7th hit given up here by Josh Pritchard. And that'll bring up now Kellen Oligmuller. Oligmuller so far was 1 for 2 here in game number 2. Pritchard kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on, and that's line to center field, and that'll be a base hit. Muser stops at second. First 2 aboard again. It's been a running theme for the 5 innings now. We've seen the first 2 Cougars get aboard. 8 hits down the game, and here is Brady Black to bat. Squares around, punts it up the first base line. Up with it, Pritchard. And then he shot puts his throw to first. E1 on the throw. McKellar tried to come over, and that's the second time that's happened now in the ball game. Now the bases are loaded with nobody out. And TJ Oaks is on his way to the mound, and yeah, it hasn't been the greatest outing for Josh Pritchard, that's for sure. I'm going to have a reliever here coming in. Pritchard is going to be done here, and just not a great outing for Josh Pritchard as he departs here for UWS. This game break sponsored by Hovland Incorporated as UWS brings in a new pitcher. Is it Ebert? Okay. Be Riker Ebert coming in for the Jackets. Freshman making his 11th appearance of the season. 14 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 9 hits, 5 runs. All of them have been earned. He's walked 9 and struck out 22. Very hard thrower. He doesn't have a record as of yet. And his ERA at 3.07. Like I said, got a very live arm. He's also a lefty. And he will come in here now for Pritchard. With the bases loaded and nobody out. The bunt defense has not been stellar here for the Jackets in game number 2. Second time, like I said, we've seen an error on the throw to first. Well, like I said, Ebert throws very hard. So he is a strikeout pitcher. So Coach TJ Oaks going into the bullpen here. In the meantime, Trevor Haberman will be the batter here for the Cougars.
Number 37, Riker Ebert.
He steps in here with a chance to put up a big crooked number here and really give the Cougars a nice cushion to work with here as the bases are loaded with nobody out. User on at third, Oleg Mueller on second, and Brady Black on at first, courtesy of the error. And here's Ebert's first pitch, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Harriman, Nadeau, and Peach due up now for the Cougars here with the bases loaded. Ebert kicks and delivers. Fastball off the glove of Lotman inside. That evens up the count now at 1-1. Jackets playing somewhat in on the corners here. Regular depth at second and short. Ebert kicks and delivers, and this pitch is high for a ball. Now 2-1 your count. Two-one pitch. On the way, here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the right. 1-2 now your count. Excuse me, 2-2 your count. Top half of the fifth. Key juncture of this ball game in a 3-1 contest. As Ebert on 2-2. Kicks and delivers. Pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So that's a big out here for Riker Ebert in relief. And now it'll be Peyton Nadeau to bat.
The second baseman, number 6, Peyton Nadeau.
So Ebert strikes out Haberman. One down now in the inning, and here's Nadeau. First pitch to him. Fastball outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Ebert kicks and delivers. That one's low for ball 2. Now 2-0 your count. I think that Nadeau will be taking all the way here with a hitter's count, and the base is loaded with 1 out. Two-0 pitch. Swung on and hit deep to right center field. That's going to be trouble. And it's going to be a ground rule double here. It's going to bring in at least 2. Morris goes up now 5-1. And you had to wonder how many times the Jackets are going to wriggle off the hook.
Now batting the catcher, number 15, Tim Peach.
Black stops at third. And here's Tim Peach now to bat. Pitcher still on the hook for Black over at third. Jackets going to bring the infield in here. And this pitch is swung on and grounded to Kelly at third. Now the throw to home plate, and they're going to get the out. Peach will reach on the fielder's choice. It'll be a 6-2 scoring play.
The right fielder, number 7, Caleb Walker.
Second out of the inning, and now here's Caleb Walker to bat. Five-1 now your score. Ebert with runners on the corners and 2 out. Delivers a first pitch strike over the outside corner. Next pitch bounces up there. Aims up the count now to Walker at 1-1. Top half of inning number 5. Cougars have led all the way here so far in the second game of the doubleheader. 1-1 pitch from Ebert. Now 1 low, now 2-1 your count. Two-one delivery. Low for ball 3. Peace will run up to second. Now 3-1 your count here. Walker, the 7th man to bat in the inning here. Three-one pitch. Swung on, hit down the right field line. Johnson measuring it. He'll make the catch. And that'll bring an end to the top of the 5th, but not before the Cougars had 2 runs on 2 hits. There was the Yellow Jacket error and 2 left aboard. We'll head to the bottom half of the 5th. And as usual, we'll keep it here. Your score, Minnesota Morris now 5, Yellow Jackets 1. By the way, fans, have you downloaded Swarm Central, the official rewards and loyalty app of the Yellow Jackets? Get started and receive 200 points for registering and 200 more for downloading the app. Add points by attending games and uploading photos to the Crowd Cameo. Redeem your points in the Swarm Central store where you can get t-shirts, coffee mugs, playing cards, stickers, and more. Find Swarm Central in the Apple and Google stores today. As Ryan McGee comes out here for the bottom of the 5th, now he has a 4-run lead to work with. Cougars have scored 3 times in the 1st and 2 in the 5th. McGee has held the Yellow Jackets to just the 1 run. Coming in the bottom of the 1st. Outhitting the Yellow Jackets 9-4. UWS has also committed a couple errors in the field. So it has not been a clean second game here for UWS, not by a long measure. Still a lot of time to go. We've seen the Jackets come back this season before, but it has not been a pretty sight here through the first 4.5 innings. Mason McKellar, Patty Kelly, and Noah D'Agostino will bat here for UWS in the bottom of the 5th. See if they can come back here and put up a couple runs themselves here. UWS has done a good job of responding to adversity this season. It's one of the things that Coach TJ Oaks has talked about as well during the campaign. And here's McKellar now to bat. Leading off the bottom of the 5th, 0 for 1, grounded out the 3rd in the 2nd. And the first pitch from McGee to him is in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Oh, 1 pitch on the way. Here it is. Pitch is swung on and hit out in the left center field. That's going to be trouble. Lands in there for a base hit. Rounding first, digging for second is going to be McKellar. And he will slide into second with a lead-off double. So a good start to the frame for the Jackets, getting their 5th hit of the game, and now that'll be Patty Kelly to bat. Kelly is 0 for 1, struck out in his lone plate appearance here in game number 2, and he bats with a runner on second, nobody out. Jackets down 5-1. McKellar taking his lead now at second. McGee's first pitch. And we're squaring around and bunting it foul to the screen is going to be Kelly. It's 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jackets shortstop. On 1 the count here to Kelly. Here's the pitch from the stretch. That one called over the outside corner for a strike, and it now is 0-2. Oh, 0-2 to Kelly with D'Agostino due up next. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit very, very high. Out behind the bag, behind second. Black will make the catch. It's the first out here of the fifth. And we flip to the top of the batting order now for Noah D'Agostino.
The second baseman, number 10, Noah D'Agostino.
D'Agostino so far 1 for 2. Singled in the third and flew out to right in the first in his 2 previous at-bats against McGee. And McGee's pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. He's pounding the strike zone right now as McGee. Getting ahead the hitters consistently here. Next offering on the way. This one is low and inside. Even up the count now 1-1. One pitch on the way. Here it is. Comes over the inside corner and gets the call. 1-2 now the count. 1-2 to D'Agostino with Tilke waiting on deck. 1 on, 1 out, bottom half of the fifth. Jackets trailing it by 4 at 5-1. McGee looks at second. Kicks and delivers. That fastball stays high and outside, even up the count now at 2-2. 2-2 your count now to Noah D'Agostino. Two pitch. Low for ball 3. Now it's 3-2 here to D'Agostino with Tilke again waiting on deck. McGee on the 3-2 delivery. And that one's outside for ball 4. So D'Agostino works out the walk. He trots down the first, and now Carter Tilke to bat.
Number 15, Carter Tilke.
Tilke so far 1 for 2 with a double here so far in game number 2. McGee's first pitch. Called strike over the outside corner. 0-1 your count now to Tilke. 0-1 delivery to the Yellow Jacket center fielder, and here it is. This one bounces up there. Nice stop by Piche behind the plate. That'll keep McKellar at second and D'Agostino at first. Moves up the count now to Tilke at 1-1. One delivery from McGee. Here it is. Tilke swings and fouls off to the right. Count now goes to 1-2. Trey Seibrandt waiting on deck here for UWS. One-two pitch on the way from McGee. Here it is. Called third strike over the outside corner. Tilke got caught looking. Second out of the inning, and that now will bring up Trey Seibrandt.
Number 28, Trey Seibrandt.
Seibrandt 1 for 2, doubled and scored the Yellow Jackets' lone run back in the first. And here's the pitch. Swung on and hit deep to center field. Going back and up against the fence, making the catch is the center fielder. And the Jackets just that close, but coming up empty in the bottom of the fifth. For UWS, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, And 2 left aboard. We played 5 complete innings. Your score, Minnesota Morris 5, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. For the 6th, top of the batting order now due up here for the Cougars. Meyer, Dirk, Moriarty, and Muser against reliever Riker Ebert, who's beginning his first full inning of work since relieving Josh Pritchard, who right now is on the hook for the loss for the Yellow Jackets. Pritchard giving up 5 runs on 8 hits. Through just 4 innings of work.
Leading off for the Cougars, the center
As
fielder,
Meyer Dirk
number 9, Landon Meyer Dirk.
steps in now. He so far is 1 for 3 in the ball game. And here's the first pitch from Ebert, swung on and missed. 0-1 count to the center fielder, who made that catch up against the very base of the fence off that long, deep fly ball to center from Trey Seibrant last inning. Next pitch from Ebert, bounces up there. Evens up the count now 1-1. He's about a foot short from making it a 5-4 ball game. In the meantime, score remains at 5-1. Sometimes it's a game of a couple of feet, a couple inches, as this fastball from Ebert is high and away. Makes it now 2-1 count to Meyer Dirk. Moriarty and Muser due up here for the Cougars in the top of the 6th. 2-1 offering. Swung on and popped up off to the right and foul and out of play. That evens up the count now at 2-2. We play on the top of the 6th. Starting to cloud up a little bit now. We're expecting rain in the area after midnight tonight, but none during the daytime hours here on this Saturday. As this pitch, curveball over the inside corner. He couldn't hold up his swing, came around on it. And Ebert has the strikeout. So that's the first out, the top of the 6th. 1 up and 1 down, and here's Moriarty now to bat. Tyler Moriarty so far, 0 for 3 with a run scored. As Ebert kicks and delivers, and the first pitch is a fastball up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Ebert just a freshman. On in relief of Josh Pritchard. Here in the top of the 6th, and here's the delivery. That fastball catches the outside black to even up the count now at 1-1. 1-1 pitch, here it is. Finds the outside corner. Same spot, same result. 1-2 now your count to Moriarty with 1 down here in the 6th. This pitch is swung on and then fouled back to the screen. Count remains now 1-2. One-two pitch on the way. Went for the outside corner, missed it on that one. Evens up the count now 2-2. Two-two pitch. On the way, here it is. Swung on and ground out to third. In a couple of steps as O'Dwyer fires across. That retires Moriarty on a 5-3 scoring play. 2 up and 2 down now in the top of the 6th for the Cougars. And I'll bring up Ben Muser.
Number 16, Ben Muser.
Muser so far 1 for 3. A single and a run scored. And the first pitch to him is swung on and hit the center field in deep. Turning around, hitting a look, and that one is gone. Solo home run for Muser. Tilke turned to his left and turned to his right and watched it tower over the top of the fence in center. Solo shot from Muser, and it's 6-1 now your score. For Muser, by the way, that's his 5th home run of the year.
First baseman, number 8, Kellen Oligmuller.
And now here's Kellen Oligmuller to bat. 10th hit of the game now. It's going to be hard for the Yellow Jackets to come back at this point, you have a feeling. As Ebert kicks and delivers. The pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One 0 pitch on the way. That one's in there for a strike. Eaves up the count now at 1-1. One delivery. That one is low and make it now 2-1. 3 in the first, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th here. Two 1 pitch. Swung on and bounce foul off to the right. Evens up the count now at 2-2. Jackets taking game number 1, 14-0. So far it's been all Cougars here in game number 2 at 6-1. As this pitch is in there for strike 3 called against Oligmuller, and that brings an end to the top of the 6th. Second strikeout of the frame for Riker Ebert. But not before the Cougars had a solo home run to center, the 5th of the season for Ben Muser. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and nobody left aboard. We played 5.5. The Jackets are going to have to start hitting the ball here pretty soon. Your score: Cougars 6, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll keep it here. Of course, the announcement that NBC Park will be coming along here for the Yellow Jackets. Expecting probably to put shovels on the ground on that, by the way. Sometime next spring, I believe, is the target date on that. And then hopefully both the Yellow Jackets softball and baseball teams will be playing their home games there starting in the spring of 2028. At least that is the hope here in Superior, that the two teams will be able to open up their respective home facilities at that time. It's an exciting time. Of course, Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium now in its 3rd or 2nd year, I guess, of full use. Hosting the UMAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. You can get all of the Yellow Jacket results on that, by the way, by going to the athletics website, uwsyellowjackets.com. In the meantime, as we begin here in the bottom of the 6th, Tanner Voigt, Wiley Lottman, and Brian O'Dwyer do up here against Ryan McGee, who's done a really good job shutting down the Yellow Jackets to this point, giving up just the 5 hits, the 1 run, coming way back in the first. Jackets have had a couple opportunities for runners in scoring position in less than 2 outs, but just have not come up with the hits that they need, and the Cougars, meanwhile, have taken advantage of opportunities when they've had them. Could have actually scored a lot more. They stranded 2 runners in each of the first 3 innings against Josh Pritchard. So both teams have had chances, but the Cougars are in control right now at 6-1. As Voigt stands in here. 0 for 2, reached on an error. Also grounded out in his first 2 at-bats. First pitch to him was a strike. as McGee kicks and delivers. This pitch comes inside, needing up the count now. At 1-1. 1-1 your count now to Tanner Voigt here in the bottom of the sixth. Here's the delivery. Swung on and hit high in the air. Not particularly deep, though. Coming in now is Meyer Dirk. He'll make the catch. 1 up and 1 down here for the Jackets in the sixth. And here's Wiley Lotman now to bat.
The catcher, number 4, Wiley Lotman.
Lotman so far 0 for 2 as a pair of ground out. Well, excuse me, just won the one ground out. Retired on a 1-3 scoring play in the first and then flew out to right in the fourth. Went out, nobody on. Ryan McGee looking very settled, up 6-1 in this ball game as the first pitch is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering from McGee. Swung on and grounded to short. Black up with it. Throws over. That retires Lotman on a 6-3 scoring play. 2 up and 2 down here in the sixth, and that'll bring up Brian O'Dwyer now for UWS.
Number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer 1 for 2 here so far. First pitch to him is swung on and fouled away. 0-1 your count now to Brian O'Dwyer. Oh, 1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball, swinging through it was O'Dwyer, and he's ahead in the count now, 0-2. McGee throwing a very good game here for Morris. And an 0-2, that pitch bounces up there to make it now 1-2. One-two pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. 1-2 your count. One-two pitch, here it is. That one misses somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. Maybe a little bit low. 2-2 your count. Two-two pitch, here it is. Swung on and hit very high and deep to center field. And again, the Yellow Jackets just missing it as coming over to make the catch is Meyer Dirk right at the edge of the fence. A lot of long flyouts for the Jackets, but nothing out of the park here in game number 2. And the Yellow Jackets go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the sixth. For UWS, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We head to the seventh. Your score, Minnesota Morris 6, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. We're back here for the top of the seventh. Brady Black, Trevor Haberman, and Peyton Nadeau do up here against Riker Ebert. Beginning his second full inning of work after coming on in relief of the Yellow Jacket starter Josh Pritchard. Right now, McGee in line for the win here. That would make him 4-3 on the season here for Minnesota Morris, while Pritchard, if this score holds, Josh Pritchard for the Yellow Jackets, he would fall to 4-3 on the season. Now Brady Black will lead things off here. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored, a triple in there. As his hit so far here in game number 2 is Ebert. Kicks and delivers, first pitch. Fastball swung on and hit out to right field. And deep, and Johnson can't find it. And it's going to be, I think, a ground rule double here, and it is for Black. So he leads off the bottom of the 7th with a double to right. 11 hits now in the game here for the Cougars, and that'll bring up Trevor Haberman, who is 2 for 3 so far here in game number 2. First pitch from Ebert, swung on and missed. Has a pair of singles in this game and a stolen base to boot, does Trevor Haberman. 0-1 your count. Ebert's pitch. High for a ball, makes it now 1-1. One delivery. That one catches the high point of the zone to make it now a 1-2 count. One-two pitch from the lefty Ebert. Here it is. That one low. Evens up the count now at 2-2. Two-two pitch on the way now from Ebert. Black out at second. Here's the pitch. Check swing, strike 3. Lottman up with it. He'll throw to first. Ball kicked away from the Yellow Jacket catcher, allowing Black to move up. So he'll be at third. Haberman down on strikes. That's the first out here of the 7th, and that now will bring up Peyton Nadeau.
Second baseman, number 6, Peyton Nadeau.
He came up with a big hit in this game in the 5th, a 2-run double to right center field that made it a 5-1 contest, and since then, the Cougars have added a solo home run from Ben Muser. Now this pitch gets away from Lottman, and electing to stay at third was Black. I'm not sure why. Didn't get a good read, I don't think, on that one, so counts as just a 1-ball and no strike count here to Nadeau. 1 for 3, but that, like I said, that ground rule double to right center field was a big hit in this one. Drove in 2 runs to make it 5-1. And the Yellow Jackets bringing the infield in here on a 1-ball count as Ebert gets set to deliver, and here it is. That one low and away. 2-0 now your count to Nadeau. Two-0 pitch from Ebert. Here it is. Comes up and in. 3-0 now your count. With the catcher Peache waiting on deck. Top of the 7th, 1 down. Brady Black over at third base. Cougars leading at 6-1. Ebert's delivery. Off the plate. Nope. Check that. Called strike. 3-2. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the strike zone is right now. As are, I think, some people in the stands here. 3-1 offering on the way as the wind picks up. That one a called strike, and now it's 3-2. 3-2 to Nadu. Three-two pitch. And that one is ball 4. So Nadu walks over to first, runners on the corners now. Black at third, Nadu on at first, and here's Peach now to bat. And now on his way to the mound here for UWS is head coach TJ Oakes. And I think we're going to have a pitching change here, or is this going to be a conversation here? Looks like Coach Oakes is right now just having a conversation. Everything's going to stay as is, so Coach Oakes on his way back now to the dugout. Obviously, if you're the Yellow Jackets, you don't want to get any further behind than you already are at 6-1. Jackets now going to bring the infield back, play for a double play here. McKellar's going to hold Nadu over at first. Black still over at third with the 1 out. And now Peach will bat. He's 1 for 3 here so far in game number 2. Here's the pitch from Ebert. Swung on and bounce foul off to the left. 0-1 your count here. Jackets would like to get a double play. Oh, 1 pitch. Off the plate to make it now 1-1. One delivery on the way from the lefty. Here it is. Swung on and was it a foul? I guess it wasn't. They're going to say it was a clean miss. He swung and missed at it. Did Peach. Lotman couldn't find it. Ebert broke from the mound a little slowly and then allowed Black to come in and score. I guess it'll go down as a wild pitch. Another run in the inning. Now 7-1 your score. This one getting away from the Jackets here the last couple innings. 3 straight innings now that the Cougars have scored. So just the 1 out in the frame. 1-2 now to Peach. This one's low. Into the count now 2-2. 3-1 game until the 5th, and then the ground rule double to right with the bases loaded from Nadu made it 5-1. Solo home run from Ben Muser in the 6th made it 6-1, and then the wild pitch just now allows Black to score, and it now is 7-1. And this pitch from Ebert, up it in again. And now the count is full. 3-2 here to Peach. Three-two delivery here from Ebert. Here it is. Called strike 3 over the outside corner. Second strikeout of the inning now for Ebert. 2 down on that now will bring up Caleb Walker.
Caleb Walker.
First pitch to Walker is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Walker so far 0 for 2 with a walk. 2 out. Nadu on at second. 7 runs on 11 hits in an error now for the Cougars. 1 run on 5 hits for the Yellow Jackets. As off with the pitch, the throw down the third. And a stolen base now for Nadu. Got a great jump. Got good speed, does this team. Stolen 77 bases coming into the day. So a little more than 2 a game. For Nadeau, that is his 3rd stolen base in 5 tries. This pitch, a hook from Ebert that catches the outside corner, making now 1-2 here to Walker with a potential 8th run 90 feet away at third base in the form of Peyton Nadeau. 1-2 pitch on the way. Here it is. That one bounces past Flotman, and it's going to be now 8-1 on the wild pitch as Nadeau comes in to score. And Morrison firm control now. 5 runs since the 5th inning now. 8-1 your tally, so it's looking more and more like we're going to have a doubleheader split here. This will be a little bit of a disappointment for the Jackets considering how game 1 went. 2-2 your count. And here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right. Jackets also came in the second game on a 9-game winning streak, but that very much in jeopardy at the moment. Count remains 2-2 here. Pitch comes inside and low, and now 3-2 your count. A lot of pitches in this inning for Ebert. He's up to 48 pitches now. Overall is Riker Ebert since coming into the game. And the 3-2 pitch. Off the play for ball 4. The pace is also really slowed down here. Now we go to the top of the batting order, and it's going to be Landon Meyer-Dirk to bat.
Landon Meyer-Dirk.
First base from Ebert is in there for a strike. Next offering on the way now from Ebert. That one off the plate. Aims up the count now 1-1. Ebert at 1-1. Here's the pitch. Walker's off. The pitch is swung on and grounded foul. And returning to first base will be Walker. It's now 1-2 your count here to Meyer-Dirk. Double from Black. Strikeout from Haberman. Walk from Nadeau. A couple of wild pitches, bringing those 2 home. And this pitch is swung on and hit out in the left field in deep. Into the gap. It'll be a ground rule double.
The left fielder, number 12.
And Walker will stop at third. 12th hit of the game now. That one out to left center field. Here's Tyler Moriarty now with runners on second and third. 2 runs in the inning. And here's the first pitch from Ebert. Finds the inside corner. 0-1 your count. Moriarty so far. 0 for 4 with a run scored. Reached on an error. And this pitch high and away. Aims up the count now 1-1. One delivery. That one a called strike over the outside corner. One-two pitch. Swung on and lined out towards second. Played out of hump by D'Agostino. His throw to first will be in time, and that'll finally bring an end to the top of the 7th. But not before the Cougars add 2 more runs. And let's see, 2 hits. No Yellow Jacket errors and 2 left aboard. We'll keep it here as your score now goes to 8-1. Game 3 of the series, and it's looking like it's going to be a rubber game here in this 3-game set. Will take place across the bridge tomorrow at Wade Stadium, 12 p.m. The opening pitch there. John Garver will be on these airwaves, at least for Yellow Jacket TV, starting at about probably 11:45 would be my guess. As I've mentioned a couple different times, this is our final radio broadcast of the 2025-26 athletic calendar for UW Superior Sports. And like I said earlier as well, I'll repeat it again here. It always feels like it's going faster and faster each year. Mark Fleischer. Thanks, Fleisch. I agree with you, but I'm not disagreeing with you. Mark Fleischer, our public address announcer here today at the NBC Sports Complex. Yeah, we're just getting too old, Fleisch. That's our problem. It does. Which is so weird considering our respective metabolisms are slowing down as we speak. But there you go. Anyway, we go to the bottom of the 7th now for the Yellow Jackets. Leading off for UWS will be Isaac Johnson. He'll be followed by Mason McKellar and Patty Kelly here against Ryan McGee, who is throwing a gem here in game number 2 for Minnesota Morris. First pitch is swung on and lined hard up the right field line, but foul. 1-1 to Johnson. He so far is 0 for 2. Managed to get ahead of the Yellow Jacket hitters on a consistent basis, to say the least, as McGee. And this pitch stays high. Evens up the count now 1-1. Jackets, if they drop this game, to fall to 24-12 on the season. We go to 13-4 in the UMAC. This pitch bounces up there. It sets up a couple of interesting scenarios for tomorrow for UWS. By the way, in the other game, Northwestern and Bethany are tied at 3. Northwestern going for the double-header sweep there, and if that takes place, conference title will still be in line for UWS going into tomorrow. This pitch, meanwhile, from McGee, catches the outside corner. It's now 2-2 your count here to Johnson, to be followed again by McKellar and Kelly here in the bottom of the 7th for UWS. Two-two pitch on the way. Here it is. High for ball 3, and it's now 3-2 here to Johnson. Like I said, the amount of different possibilities as far as where teams could end up being seeded for the UMAC tournament was a free-flowing event, to say the least. 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen by Johnson. We'll do it again here on a full count. In case you missed it earlier today, Yellow Jacket softball with a sweep of Minnesota Morris on the road, 6-2 and 8-2. They finish off the regular season 24-14. Heading in the UMAC conference tournament next week as this pitch is swung on and hit the center field. Waiting for it is Meyer Dirk. He'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here for UWS in the 7th, and I'll bring up Mason McKellar now to bat.
The first baseman, number 21, Mason McKellar.
Women's tennis defeated Greenville earlier today, so they're off to the NCAA tournament. Yellow Jackets will win the tournament with a record of 19-7 now on the women's tennis side. First pitch to McKellar, catches the inside corner. 0-1 your count. McKellar here so far, 1 for 2 with a double. Jackets with just 5 hits here so far in game number 2 after pounding out 14 in game number 1. This pitch over the outside corner, 0-2 your count. Jackets also had 5 home runs in the first game. It shows you how much the momentum can turn from game to game in a sport like baseball. The Cougars in game number 1 had just 2 hits against Zach Romans. This pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 up and 2 down in the 7th, and that'll bring up Patty Kelly now for the Yellow Jackets.
The shortstop, number 11, Patty Kelly.
But it looks like all the life has certainly been sucked out of the Yellow Jackets. Second game has been tough for the Jackets. They gave up 3 in the top of the first and never really have gotten into the game ever since that happened. In the meantime, McGee's first pitch to Kelly is over the outside corner for a strike. And much like Zach Romans did for the Yellow Jackets in the first game, Ryan McGee right now just pounding the strike zone and getting ahead of virtually every hitter here for UWS. 0-1 pitch. That one just off the plate. Evens up the count now 1-1. 1-1 pitcher to Kelly. That one high and away, makes it now 2-1. Cougars with the loss, by the way, earlier today. Now 17-17 overall, 11-5 in the league. Two one pitch. Swung on and bounced towards short. Be a tough play as Black comes in, bare hands it. Throws over to first, and it will not be in time. It'll be an infield single here for Kelly with 2 out. We'll flip to the top of the batting order now for Noah D'Agostino.
The second baseman, number 10, Noah D'Agostino.
D'Agostino so far here in game number 2. 1 for 2 with a walk. His first home run of the season in game number 1 today. A deep shot to left. Sun peeks out now from behind the clouds as Kelly over at first, and the first pitch from McGee is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One 0 pitch. That one low and away. 2-0 now your count here to D'Agostino. Two-0 delivery on the way. Swung on and hit hard, but hooking well foul. 2-1 the count here as the pace is at a snail's crawl here, I would say. Bottom of the 7th. Two-one pitch here to D'Agostino. That one swung on, hit deep to left. But it'll stay in the yard. That's coming over to make the catch is the left fielder Moriarty, and that'll retire the Yellow Jackets in the 7th inning. For UWS in the 7th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left aboard. We played 7 complete innings here of game number 2 of our doubleheader. Your score, Minnesota Morris 8, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll come back with the top of the 8th right after this. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. New pitcher in the game here for the Yellow Jackets. It is Adam Jensen, making his 5th appearance of the season. 7 2/3 innings pitched. Coming up 4 hits, 3 runs, all 3 of which have been earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 5. Has an ERA of 3.52 and a record of 2-0. In fact, he got the relief win against Carleton in the Yellow Jackets' victory over the Knights in non-conference action earlier this week. And he faces Ben Muser to lead things off here in the top of the 8th. And the first two pitches are off the plate for balls. 2-0, you're counting out to Muser. Olig, Mueller, and Black to follow for the Cougars here in the top half of inning number 8. As Jensen kicks and delivers. Pitch is swung on and missed by Muser. 2-1 your count. Muser so far in the ball game here in game number 2, 2 for 4 with a solo home run, a single, and 2 runs scored. Solo home run was his 5th of the season and came back in the 6th inning. This pitch catches the inside corner now, and it's 2-2 your count. And Muser trading words now with the home plate umpire on that last call. Count at 2-2. Here's the pitch. Off the plate outside to make it now 3-2. Three-two delivery on the way. Here it is. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Muser goes down on strikes for the second time here in game number 2. 1 up and 1 down here in the 8th, and that'll bring up now Kellen Oligmuller, the first baseman.
At number 8, Kellen Oligmuller.
Oligmuller here so far in game number 2, 2 for 4. A pair of singles and a run scored for him here so far. First pitch from Jensen. Swung on and missed. 0-1 your count. One pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. And Jensen quickly ahead in the count now against Oligmuller at 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch on the way now from Jensen. Here it is. Off the plate outside. 1-2 your count. Sun again peeking out here. This is one of those days you wish you were outside. As this pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Jensen struck out the first 2 batters that he's faced here in the 8th, and that now will bring up Brady Black.
The shortstop, number 1, Brady Black.
Black with a couple of hits, a triple, a double, 2 runs scored. First pitch to him is swung on and fouled off to the left. Oh, and 1 your count now to Black. 2 out, nobody on here. Top half, inning number 8. Jensen kicks and delivers. This pitch is high and away. Ends up the count now 1-1. Morris is out. They ought to hit the Yellow Jackets 12-6 here in the second game. Make it 13-6 now. And it's Black with a single to left with 2 outs. That's his 3rd hit here of game number 2.
Number 16.
And here's Trevor Haberman to bat. Haberman has 2 hits in the ball game. McKellar holding with Black over at first, and here's the first pitch. Low for a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch is in there for a strike, makes it now 1-1. Now a snap throw to first. Diving back head first is going to be Black. 1-1 your count here. Jensen with another throw to first. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and bounced toward third. Dwyer charges the throw to first in time, and that will retire Haberman and the Cougars in the top half of inning number 8. For the Cougars in the top of the 8th, no runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 left aboard. We'll keep it here as we head down to the bottom of the 8th inning. Their score, Minnesota Morris 8, Yellow Jackets 1. It's been an impressive performance offensively for the Cougars here in game 2, considering where the Yellow Jackets stood in terms of the pitching staff coming in. Jackets came into the day with a team ERA of 3.82. Came in, like I said, having struck out more batters than they've actually allowed hits to coming into the day. That's going to change. Just to give you an idea of how good the Jackets have been. Teams came in hitting just 244 against Yellow Jacket pitching this season. UWS hitting at 296 as a team. The Cougars, meanwhile, as a group, came in hitting at 267 while opponents were hitting 296. In the meantime, Ryan McGee completing his warm-up tosses here for the bottom of the 8th. Jackets will send Carter Tilke, Trey Seibrant, and Tanner Voigt are their lineup here. Trying to set maybe a little bit of momentum for tomorrow, because this one you get the feeling is well out of reach at this point with the way McGee's been pitching, and kind of all the life has been sucked out of the Jackets here in game number 2 as Tilke steps in here. He so far is 1 for 3 with a double here in game number 2. And the first pitch from McGee is a fastball high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. One 0 pitch on the way from McGee. That one called over the outside corner, make it now 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way. Tilke now butting it back to the mound. Got himself on the foot, however, in doing so, and now it's 1-2 to the Yellow Jacket center fielder. One-two pitch on the way here from McGee. Here it is. Fisted foul off to the right. Count holding now at 1-2. One-two pitch forthcoming. Here it is. Bounces up there now to even up the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way now to Carter Tilke here for the Yellow Jackets. Here it is. Swung on and popped up on the infield. Black coming over. He'll make the catch. One up and one down here in the bottom of the 8th, and now here's Trey Seibrant to bat.
The left fielder, number 28, Trey Seibrant.
First pitch on the way. Fastball in there for a strike. 1-1 now to Seibrant, who so far today is 1 for 3. Scored the lone Yellow Jacket run back in the first. This pitch catches the outside corner, and it's quickly now 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch on the way here from McGee. He hasn't struck out many batters. He's got the Yellow Jackets off balance all game long as this one is swung on and bounced foul off to the right. In fact, so far today, through 7 1/3, he's just struck out 3 Yellow Jacket batters. Like I said, he's kept the Jackets off balance all game long, been pounding the strike zone, and UWS hasn't had an answer here. 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and hit down out short into right field. That's going to bounce in there for a base hit. Now it's going to kick away. Guess that'll go as a single here for the Yellow Jackets. Kind of a bloop single out to right. 3 fielders came more for the Cougars. None of them could find it. Ended up being picked up by Walker. Oleg Mueller, Nadu, and Walker all came over to have a look, and it just kind of fell in front of them. And so Cybran has a bloop single to right. That's the Yellow Jackets' 7th hit here of game 2. And here's Tanner Voigt now to bat. Yeah, 2 home runs in game 1, but it's been a quiet second game here for Tanner Voigt. 0 for 3 so far. Reached on an error in the first, but then grounded out the third in the third, and then flew out the center in the 6th. Want to know your count now to Voigt. Brandt over at first with 1 down. And this pitch comes inside. 2-0 your count. Two-0 pitch forthcoming now to Tanner Voigt. Here it is. Fastball over the outside corner makes it now 2-1. Two-one pitch on the way. Here it is. Swung on and bounce foul off to the left. Aims up the count now to Voigt at 2-2. Wiley Lottman would bat next here for UWS in the bottom of the 8th. Two-two pitch. Here it is. Swung on and fouled off the mask of the catcher behind the plate. And we'll hold now at 2-2. Two-two offering. Swung on and fouled away again, this time off the end of the bat. Voigt, one of the leaders for potential UMAC Conference Player of the Year award. Helped his case a lot in game number 1 today. As on the 2-2 pitch. Called third strike over the outside corner. Voigt shaking his head. Doesn't like the call, but he now is 0 for 4 here in game number 2. 2 down here in the 8th, and that'll bring up Wiley Lottman here. First pitch to Lottman, swung on and hit to right field. Coming in to make the catch will be Walker, and the Jackets are down here in the 8th. On the fly out to right for UWS in the bottom half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left aboard. We head to the 9th. Your score, Minnesota Morris 8, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Heading to the ninth inning, it'll be Nadeau, Peach, and Walker due up here against Adam Jensen here for the Yellow Jackets. Who third Yellow Jacket pitcher here of game number 2, Josh Pritchard, on the hook for the loss for the Yellow Jackets. Lasted just over 4 innings, gave up 5 runs, gave up 8 hits along the way. Then it was Riker Ebert that came in. He ended up giving up an additional 3 runs in the 2+ innings that he worked, actually 3 innings, I guess. And now Adam Jensen beginning his second inning of work. He'll face Nadeau to lead things off here.
Baseman, number 6, Peyton Nadeau.
Nadeau, just 1 hit here in game number 2, but it was a very big hit in the game in the overall look at how things have unfolded here as this pitch off the plate for a ball. Game was only a 3-1 contest at that point. Bases were loaded with 1 out, but his ground roll double to right center field scored 2 runs. It made it 5-1, and ever since then, the game has really been in complete control here for the Cougars as this pitch is swung on and grounded out towards second. D'Agostino up with it, throws to first. That one is by the first baseman McKellar. It'll be an infield single here for Nadeau. His second hit of the ball game. 14th hit of the game here for the Cougars.
The catcher, number 15, Tim Peach.
And here's Tim Peach now to bat. And so far is 1 for 4 in the ball game. Squares around to bunt. And punts it out in front of the plate, but they're going to say foul. Oh, and 1, you're counting out a Peach. Jensen checking with the runner out at first in the form of Nadeau, and here's the pitch. That one high for a ball. Was it called strike? Okay. Must have offered at it, I guess. 0-2 your count. And here's the pitch from Jensen. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Third strikeout for Adam Jensen since coming into the ball game. And that now will bring up
The right fielder,
Caleb Walker.
number 7, Caleb Walker.
Walker has a pair of walks in the ball game, 0 for 2. 2 walks, 2 flyouts for Caleb Walker here in game number 2. And here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike here from Jensen. 0-1 your count to the Morris right fielder. That pitch swung on and missed, and it's now 0-2 your count here to Walker. It'll be followed by Landon Meyer-Dirk here in the top half of the 9th inning. Oh, 2 pitch. Swung on and bounced foul outside of third. Count holding at 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Check swing. Went around, strike 3. 4 strikeouts now for Jensen.
Batting for the
And we
Cougars,
flip to the top of the batting order now for Landon Meyer-Dirk.
number 9, Landon Meyer-Dirk.
Meyer-Dirk with a pair of doubles here so far in game number 2. This is the sixth plate appearance now here of the second game of the doubleheader. And the first pitch is swung and grounded foul outside of third. 0-1 your count. Oh, 1 pitch. Called strike over the outside corner. Now is 0-2 here to Meyerdurk. And the pitch now swung on and flied out to right field. Johnson coming over. He'll make the catch. And that'll bring it in to the top of the ninth inning now for the Cougars. 4 minutes or more in the top of the ninth. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 left aboard. We head now to the bottom half of the ninth inning. Your score: Minnesota Morris 8, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll keep it here. Jackets due up here in the bottom half of the ninth. Brian O'Dwyer, Isaac Johnson, and Mason McKellar. We'll see if there are any pinch hitters that come into the game here. Meanwhile, the score of the other game, Bethany Lutheran look like they're going to get a split, as they lead at 8-3 in the fourth inning of that ball game. So that'll still leave a logjam at the top of the conference standings heading into tomorrow, if that score holds. So there's still a lot to be played for here tomorrow. It'll come down to the last game, as Coach TJ Oaks was kind of mentioning earlier on. Meanwhile, McGee coming out now, looking for the complete game win here against UWS. Been in command since the first inning. Coming up 7 hits so far, scattered them. But he's been pounding the strike zone, and it's been a long afternoon here in game number 2 for the Jackets at the plate. O'Dwyer will step in here.
The third baseman, number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer so far 1 for 3 as a single. A ground out and a fly out to his credit here so far in game number 2, and he'll lead it off here for UWS. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's been the story all afternoon for the Jackets here in game number 2. I guess if you could say anything, you would say that Zach Romans and Ryan McGee both have given you a lesson in how to pitch. Both have been getting ahead in the count consistently in both games, and as a result, between the two of them, they've given up a grand total of 1 run between the two of them. This pitch off the plate, even up the count now 1-1. I mean, you throw strike 1, you're going to be in command most of the time, as this pitch is low to make it now 2-1. Like I said, we saw Zach Romans for the Yellow Jackets, who pitched a complete game in game number 1. And now McGee trying to turn the trick, I should say, here for the Cougars in game number 2. 2-1 pitch. High, ball 3. 3-1 your count now to O'Dwyer. One delivery on the way. Swung on and fouled back. And the count now runs full, 3-2. Full count, 3-2 now to the Yellow Jacket third baseman O'Dwyer. This pitch called third strike over the outside corner.
Now batting the
4th strikeout of the game now for McGee.
number 5, Isaac.
And here's Isaac Johnson now to bat for the Yellow Jackets. Went out here, bottom half of the 9th. The pitch to Johnson, swung out and hit out to right field. And it'll land in front of Walker for a base hit. Bloop hit to right for Johnson.
No. Chicky. First. 2. First.
And now we'll have a pinch hitter here for the Yellow Jackets. It'll be Evan Chikanovsky, who will get a chance to hit here for UWS, the freshman.
For the Yellow Jackets, number 2, Evan Chikanovsky.
Chikanovsky for the Yellow Jackets. 0 for 3 on the season. He's more of a reliever, actually, for UWS. He pitched a few innings against Carleton in that non-conference game. He pinch hits here for McKellar. In the ninth with 1 on, 1 out. Bottom half of the ninth inning. Jackets down 8-1. First pitch to Chikanovsky is swung on and fouled off to the left. 0-1 your count to the pinch hitter, Chikanovsky. On the stretch, McGee's pitch swung on and missed. And McGee gets ahead in the count now, 0-2. Johnson over at first. Reminder, we'll go into our post-game show sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Spirit Refinery once we go final here in game number 2. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 strikeouts inning now for McGee. 2 up and 2 down. Jackets last chance here now coming to the plate in the form of Owen Farrington. He will pinch hit here for Patty Kelly. Farrington hitting .296 on the season. No home runs, 10 driven in. Got a start against Carleton in that non-conference contest. Now he steps in here with 2 out, 1 on. Jackets down 8-1 in the bottom of the ninth. Here's a pitch from McGee. Fastball for a strike. 0-1 your count. Second pitch. High for a ball. Evens up the count now, 1-1. One pitch on the way. Swung on and hit well to left center field. But the center fielder coming over will make the catch. That being Landon Meyer-Dirk. And the Yellow Jackets go down to defeat here in game number 2 on the fly out to center for the Yellow Jackets in the ninth inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left the board. Your final score, game number 2, Morris 8, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll take a quick break and come back with our post-game recap. Sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Spirit Refinery. Right after this is UWS Baseball on 91.3 FM, KUWS Superior, and on the Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
On behalf of the University of Wisconsin Superior Yellow Jacket Athletics, we'd like to thank you for attending today's games, and we ask that you
Okay.
have a great
Johnson back here at the NBC Sports Complex as we jump into our final post-game show of the 2025-26 season, if you can believe that. Sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Spirit Refinery. Final score here of game number 2. Yellow Jackets going down in defeat by the final score of 8-1. The Cougars really responding well in game number 2 after the Yellow Jackets hung one on them in game number 1. Jackets winning game number 1 14-0. 5 home runs, 2 each from Brian O'Dwyer and Tanner Voigt, also a home run from Noah D'Agostino. The Jackets had 14 hits in game number 1. Zach Romans allowing Minnesota Morris just 2 hits in game number 1 as well. It was a complete performance by the Yellow Jackets in the first game of this doubleheader, but in the second game, Morris really turning the tide and turning the momentum against the Yellow Jackets early in this second game. 3 runs in the top of the first for Minnesota Morris. The Jackets added 1, or responded with 1 in the bottom of the first, but from there, Morris adding 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and 2 more in the 7th. And they end up winning it by the score of 8-1. Final team totals and your line score in this one. Morris ends up with 8 runs on 14 hits and 1 error. The Yellow Jackets with a run on 8 hits and 2 errors. The winning pitcher in this one in game number 2 is Ryan McGee. He goes all the way on the mound for Minnesota Morris. He improves to 4-3 with the victory. Meanwhile, taking the loss for the Yellow Jackets, Josh Pritchard, he falls to 4-3. The season gave up 5 runs on 8 hits. Had a couple of strikeouts and a couple of walks in there, but it just was not Pritchard's day here in the second game of this doubleheader. With the loss, the Yellow Jackets falling to 24-12 now after the 2 games today. After the split, they're now 13-4 in the Upper Midwest Athletic Conference, while Minnesota Morris now 18-17 overall, and they are now 12-5 in the Upper Midwest Athletic Conference. Not all is lost for the Yellow Jackets in terms of the potential for a regular season conference title, however, as Bethany Lutheran and Northwestern look like they're going to split their doubleheader as well. Northwestern taking game number 1 of that series, of that doubleheader, I should say, 11-5 earlier today. And Bethany Lutheran up 8-3 in the second game of that doubleheader, which would mean that everybody would be 13-4 in the conference. With that game coming tomorrow, except for Minnesota Morris, they would be at 12-5. So nothing settled after these 2 doubleheader splits. Well, it looks like it's going to be 2 doubleheader splits tomorrow. That leads us into what will be our final broadcast on Yellow Jacket TV of the year tomorrow, as the Yellow Jackets will be taking on Minnesota Morris in the rubber game of the series across the bridge over at Wade Stadium in Duluth. 12 noon, the opening pitch there at 11:45, the pregame with my buddy John Garver. He'll be doing all the play-by-play tomorrow. For me, this is my last broadcast of the year for Yellow Jacket Sports, and also our final radio broadcast on 91.3 FM. And with that being the case, I want to say a quick thank you to several people that helped make these broadcasts possible. That being, of course, my colleague John Garver, Tom Hansen, who is leading the charge up at 91.3 FM. Also, a big thank you to our board operators all year, Chris Allen and the Gus Shupp. Great job for those guys all year long. Meanwhile, on the Yellow Jacket TV side of things, I want to say a big thank you to Holden Law, Harry Law, also to Brad Lettuce, Evan Ludwig, Bailey Nygaard, and some of my other board ops that I've had, and my producers there. It's been a fun year, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again next year. I know that it's been fun. Brad Lettuce has now stepped in for Bailey Nygaard. She was with me for most of the afternoon, but Brad Lettuce now coming over, I think, from track and field. Is that where you were?
No, I was at a separate event.
Oh, you were a separate event.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't quite sure.
No, I was at track and field yesterday, though.
Oh, you were at track and field yesterday. See, that's how we work over at Yellow Jacket TV. We're kind of all spread out all over the place. Evan Ludwig right now actually with tennis down the cities for those 2 games. So, yeah, we're kind of spread out all over the place. But again, a big thank you to everybody who makes these broadcasts possible, and also a big thank you to all the advertisers. Without your generous support, we couldn't make these games possible. So, just want to make sure I got past that word along, because I know that for all the people that listen on the radio, you hear me and John Garver doing the play-by-play of these games, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes that make these broadcasts go. So, big thank you to everybody who was involved this past season. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward again to doing it in the 2026-27 academic year. So for Gus Shupp, who was my engineer for both games on 91.3 FM, back in the studio, I'm for Bailey Nygaard and Brad Lillis, my producers with Yellow Jacket TV for this doubleheader. This is Matt Johnson saying so long for the final time here in the 2025-26 campaign. Doubleheader is in the books. Rubber game tomorrow. Final scores of these 2 games. Yellow Jackets taking game 1 14-0, while the Cougars take game 2 8-1. Thanks for a fun season, everybody. We hope to join you again in 26-27. This has been Yellow Jacket Baseball on 91.3 FM KUWS Superior and on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.